Chapter 941 Meeting Luo Tian. Your Excellency, this is too much. Lu Ming said. Even if he had a treasure that could resist the poison, he would still be poisoned to death if he gave it to Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not consider his life at all. Too much. It's your honor to be able to help me, you piece of trash. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you immediately. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with demonic energy and his killing intent became even colder. Hehe, Luo Tian, who do you think you are? Lu Ming suddenly sneered. He then took a step forward and dashed to the side at top speed. You're looking for death. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he let out an angry roar and slashed his palm at Lu Ming like a knife. The terrifying saber flare almost split the poisonous gas apart. The surrounding poisonous gas rolled as the saber flare approached Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming exploded with all his dragon energy. At the same time, the mountain and river diagram rushed out and surrounded him. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with the saber radiance. A terrifying explosion rang out and the poisonous gas nearby was dispersed. Lu Ming felt waves of incomparably terrifying saber radiance surging towards him. However, most of it was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. However, there was still a portion that surged into the mountain and river diagram. There were a few more wounds on Lu Ming's body, and blood was flowing out. Lu Ming made use of this force to retreat backward 1,000 meters. He then ran to the side. What an overbearing saber technique! What a powerful combat strength! A stream of blood seeped out from the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. The scales on his fist burst open, revealing a deep cut so deep that the bone could be seen. Luo Tian's strength was far above his. No wonder he was ranked 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. So you do have some strength. Luo Tian frowned and his killing intent grew colder. Although he did not use his full strength in that move just now, there were not many people who could block his blade. Bang! He took a step forward, and his body was like a flash of light as he chased after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Brat, you have so many treasures on you. You'd better hand them all over, or I'll make you die an ugly death. Luo Tian's voice was cold. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He broke into a run. Kill! Die! Luo Tian shouted as a black demonic blade appeared in his hand. He slashed with all his might. 1,000-meter-long astral blade formed and broke through the poisonous gas. It cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. This slash was several times more powerful than the previous one. Lu Ming did not fight it head-on. His figure flashed to the side rapidly. However, the saber light actually moved along with him and slashed down at high speed. In the end, Lu Ming managed to dodge it. However, he was still hit by the sharp edge of the saber energy. The mountain and river diagram shook violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With his injuries, it was difficult for him to maintain his disguise and return to his original appearance. Lu Ming. After seeing Lu Ming's true appearance, Luo Tian let out an angry roar and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming, it's you. How dare you kill my brother Luo Li? Die! Die! I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Demonic chi surged from Luo Tian's body and his speed increased to a terrifying level. He was like a demonic blade that cut through the air. He was actually a little faster than Lu Ming. He's so strong. This Luo Tian's cultivation is only at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, but his combat strength is too terrifying. Even geniuses like Wang Chen and Nangong Bo, who are at the same level as Luo Tian, would be easily killed by him. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Luo Tian's strength was extremely terrifying. He could not be measured by ordinary warriors or even ordinary geniuses. Other than a few people, Luo Tian was basically invincible in a battle of the same level. Furthermore, his cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed toward the depths of the Sky Poison Island. The poisonous gas was thicker there, which was to his advantage. Damn it! Luo Tian shouted angrily and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, they had gone another 100 miles. And NBSP, buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from ahead. It was a group of poisonous bees. There were basically no living creatures here, but there were still so many poisonous bees. These poisonous bees were absolutely terrifying. Luo Tian, I'll let you have a taste of the poisonous bee. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He charged directly at the poisonous bees and threw a punch at the same time. A flaming fist radiance rushed into the poisonous bees. This time, it was as if he had poked the hornet's nest. The poisonous bees were in a frenzy. They seemed to be very angry and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the mountain and river diagram to block the attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The poisonous bees kept hitting the mountain and river diagram, causing it to shake violently. Then, Lu Ming turned around and ran toward Luo Tian. Damn you, you're crazy. Luo Tian bellowed and slashed out a shocking saber flare. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge it. Although he did not manage to avoid it completely and was shocked to the point of spitting blood, the saber flare cut down a bunch of poisonous bees. The rest flew angrily towards Luo Tian. There was a long tube at the head of each bee. Poisonous gas of various colors spewed out from the tube and spread toward Luo Tian. Pai Li Pa La. The demonic armor on Luo Tian's body made a sound of corrosion. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he ran away. Lu Ming, don't let me see you again. I'll kill you. Luo Tian's voice could be heard, but he had already disappeared. Lu Ming ran forward in large strides. A group of poisonous bees kept chasing him. Fortunately, he could devour poisonous gas, so the poisonous gas of the poisonous bees was ineffective against him. The mountain and river diagram could also defend against the poisonous bees' attacks. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the poisonous bees and continued on his way. After 1,000 miles, a huge mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent rumble came from the foot of the mountain. There seemed to be a great battle going on. Who is it? Could it be that the human race's heaven's favorite has eliminated me? There's still someone who can make it this far. Lu Ming's expression changed. According to his speculation, Luo Tian should not have been able to reach this place. He immediately concealed his aura and approached carefully. When they walked closer, they found a cave at the bottom of the mountain. The rumbling sound came from the cave. Lu Ming found a secret place to hide and looked in front. Not long after, the rumbling sounds in the cave disappeared. A golden light flashed and a figure rushed out of the cave. The golden pool. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That figure was actually Jin Qi. On top of the golden pool, there was a golden bead that scattered down rays of sword light, helping the golden pool to block the poisonous gas outside. However, it was obvious that it could not completely block it. The green gas on Jin Qi's face was clearly poisonous. Damned beast! Jin Qi growled and glared at the cave. Then, he found a place, took out a pile of raw stones, and began to absorb them. He did not notice Lu Ming. It was obvious that he had fought with something in the cave and his Jin Yuan had been severely depleted. Now he was out to absorb the raw stones to recover his Jin Yuan. Half an hour later, Jin Qi got up and rushed into the cave again. The sound of a battle could be heard from the cave again. Not long after, Jin Qi roared and rushed out of the cave. This time, he was in a worse state. His hair was disheveled, and the golden feather clothes on his body were shattered. The golden bead on his head was also shattered, and the golden light that scattered was greatly reduced. The green gas on Jin Qi's face was even thicker. It was obvious that he was more deeply poisoned, and his aura was much weaker than before. He looked at the cave unwillingly, but he did not dare to stay and rushed out. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took a step forward and dashed toward the golden pool at top speed. Chapter 942 Killing Jin Qi. Lu Ming would not let go of such an opportunity to take his life when he was weak. As he rushed out, Lu Ming directly exploded with his dragon power. In a few breaths, he was close to the golden pool. Who is it? Jin Qi was shocked and suddenly looked in Lu Ming's direction. Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck towards the top of Jin Qi's head. This palm could split a mountain. Lu Ming had used all his strength. Jin Qi had never expected that there would be someone else here. In a hurry, he raised his arm to block. Boom! Jin Qi's body was sent flying far away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that he's really seriously injured. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, Luo Tian had been so afraid of Jin Qi, which showed that Jin Qi's strength must be extremely terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than Luo Tian, or even stronger. Now that he had been sent flying by Lu Ming's palm, it was clear that Jin Qi had been seriously injured in the cave and was shrouded in poisonous gas. His strength had been greatly reduced. Brat, you dare to sneak attack me? You're looking for death. As soon as Jin Qi retreated, he was furious. His eyes were filled with a shocking murderous intent as he looked at Lu Ming. After taking a look, Jin Qi's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Lu Ming, you're Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not in disguise and the golden pool could recognize him at a glance. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He strode forward and charged toward the golden pool. Don't think that you can kill me just because I'm injured. You're the one who's going to die today. I'll kill you and get the reward from the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Jin Qi's voice was cold. A strong golden light burst out from his body and he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow. Lu Ming's body swayed and he stood still, but Jin Qi was forced to retreat. Right now, you're not my match at all. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He attacked the golden pool frantically. Every punch and palm strike contained the power of millions of Jun. They suppressed everything and poured madly into the golden pool. Moreover, many of the attacks were aimed at the round pearl above the golden pool. Boom! Boom! The golden pool exploded and collided with Lu Ming continuously. Bang! After a few dozen moves, the round bead on top of Jin Qi's head was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. The bead shattered and more poisonous gas gushed towards Jin Qi. Jin Qi's face turned even greener. Damn it! The golden pool let out a shrill cry and transformed into its true form. It was a golden wand. Of course, it was not a pure-blooded golden wand. It had more than 60% of the golden wand's bloodline. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming used the fusion of his blood meridians and transformed into 9 dragons to continue his attack. Jin Qi coughed out blood continuously. His golden body was covered in a thick layer of poisonous green gas, and the concentration was getting stronger and stronger. The golden pool tried its best to rush out but was held back by Lu Ming. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Jin Qi. His eyes were already filled with panic. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. Puchi! The claws of the 9 dragons clawed at Jin Qi's body and tore off a large piece of flesh. Golden feathers flew in the air and Jin Qi let out a blood-curdling scream. Bang! He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took 6 steps in a row. The violent attacks poured onto Jin Qi's body, causing him to fall to the ground and create a huge pit. Bang! The 9 dragons descended and grabbed Jin Qi's wings with their claws. They tore at Jin Qi's wings with all their might, and as blood splattered, the wings were torn off. Jin Qi let out a heart-wrenching scream. He no longer had that high and mighty attitude from before. What he had was only fear and embarrassment. He was terrified. He could feel death approaching. Boom! The dragon claw struck again, and a violent force blasted into Jin Chi's body, dispersing all of his demonic power. No, don't kill me, spare my life. Jin Chi shouted. He didn't want to die. One of the 9 dragons' claws was on Jin Chi's neck. He looked at Jin Chi with cold eyes and said, "Weren't you high and mighty before? He's so domineering, snatching other people's things without even blinking. Your biggest mistake was that you couldn't bear to waste it. When you came out of the cave, you swallowed a few drops of the life potion, and your injuries would have healed immediately. I'm not your match either. It's a pity that you couldn't bear to waste the life potion, hee hee." Lu Ming sneered continuously. You're one of the 4. Jin Chi's eyes widened. Not bad. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, spare me. I'll give you whatever you want. I still have a lot of treasures in my storage ring, including the elixir of life. I can return them all to you as long as you let me go. Jin Chi loudly begged for mercy. Spare you? Are you going to kill me after you've recovered? Am I that stupid? Besides, after I kill you, your treasures will be mine, right? Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I swear, I will never seek revenge from you. Jin Chi shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming suddenly exerted his strength and swung his dragon claw, killing the golden pool. A heaven's favorite of the demon race, who was comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents, had died just like that. He had died with great regret. The devouring power burst forth and devoured the blood essence energy of the golden pool, taking away his storage ring. He glanced at the storage ring and indeed saw 2 jade bottles. The jade bottles contained the water of life. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He put away the storage ring and looked at the cave. There was a creature in the cave, and it had fought with the golden pool for so long. What happened? Lu Ming speculated that the creature in the cave would not be much stronger than the golden pool. Otherwise, the golden pool would not have dared to attack it repeatedly. It couldn't be much stronger than the golden pool. If the golden pool was injured, the creature couldn't be intact. This might be a chance. The totem pole, could it be in this cave? Otherwise, why would Jin Chi work so hard? At the thought of the totem pole, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. Lu Ming carefully moved closer to the cave. The hole was huge, and there was a faint light coming from inside. Lu Ming walked in slowly and looked inside. There was a huge cave inside. Behind the cave was another cave. The light was coming from that cave. At the entrance of the cave, there was a huge colorful crab. The giant crab was taller than a human just by lying there. However, there were many wounds on its body, and blood was still flowing out of them. It seemed that this giant crab was the one who had fought the golden pool. However, this giant crab wasn't any better off than Jin Chi. Its aura was weak and it was obviously heavily injured. Lu Ming's fingers started to wave in the air and he started to inscribe the array. His speed was extremely fast, and his fingers were like lightning as they streaked across the air. Countless inscriptions entered the space. Squeak! The giant crab sensed the fluctuation and looked up. When it saw Lu Ming, it let out a sharp sound and got up, crawling toward him. Kill! Go! Lu Ming shouted softly. The array in the air glowed and condensed into arrows, shooting them at the giant crab. The giant crab waved its tail and blocked all the arrows. At the same time, the giant crab spewed out a large amount of poisonous gas that spread toward Lu Ming. The ancient three-eyed god race. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was least afraid of poisonous gas. He rushed over and started a battle with the giant crab. The giant crab was very powerful. It was definitely not weaker than the golden pool. In fact, it was even stronger. However, most of the giant crab's power was concentrated on the poisonous gas. To others, it was a fatal threat. To Lu Ming, however, he could ignore it. Moreover, the giant crab was severely injured and its strength had been greatly reduced. In this way, Lu Ming had the upper hand. However, even if Lu Ming had the upper hand, it was still very difficult for him to kill the giant crab. The cave was filled with continuous rumbles. Lu Ming used all his strength to fight the giant crab. After a few hundred moves, he finally killed it. However, Lu Ming himself was also severely injured. Lu Ming immediately took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained the elixir of life. He poured out 2 drops and swallowed them. At the same time, he took out a pile of raw gemstones and let the bloodline of the 9 dragons devour them. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an alarming rate. In a few minutes, his injuries were completely healed. The elixir of life is truly astonishing. Lu Ming secretly felt it. Soon, Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He looked at the glowing hole. The totem pole, is it inside? Lu Ming walked over carefully and stepped into the cave. It was a passageway. The light came from the front and the passageway was more than 100 meters long. After passing through the passageway, Lu Ming came to another huge cave. This is... Lu Ming was extremely surprised when he arrived at the cave. This was because there was no trace of poisonous gas in this cave. Instead, it was filled with extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual qi. In fact, there was even some heaven and earth origin qi in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. This qi was exactly the same as the one in the raw gemstone. It was called origin qi. This cave and the sky poison island were simply 2 different worlds. Who's that? Suddenly, he saw a burly figure sitting cross-legged in the corner of the cave. This figure was clearly a 3-eyed god, but this 3-eyed god looked extremely old. His scales had all fallen off, and his 2 horns were dull and lifeless. However, there was still a faint aura of life on his body. And beside this 3-eyed god, there were many skeletons. These were all thick bone banners, and it was obvious that they were left behind by the 3-eyed god race. At this moment, the 3-eyed god suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. The 20-year period is up again. You humans are here again. And NBSP, let's go. An ancient voice boomed out of the 3-eyed god. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn as he sized up the 3-eyed god. This 3-eyed god seemed to be very old and was about to die. The aura on his body was very weak and posed no threat to Lu Ming. Only then did Lu Ming feel relieved. Human youth, what's wrong? You're still afraid of me, a dying man? The old 3-eyed man said. What are you doing here? Lu Ming asked. According to what he knew, there were some ruins here that the 3-eyed god race couldn't enter at all. If they entered, they would definitely die. Moreover, this was one of the 9 great forbidden lands, so how did the 3-eyed god race get in? Could it be that the 3-eyed god race can enter the Sky Poison Island? Ha, how did I get in? Do you think I wanted to come in but was forced to? This world doesn't allow the existence of beings above the spiritual god realm. We're just a trial for your human race. The ancient 3-eyed god let out a low roar. What do you know? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had always felt that there was a powerful existence behind all this. The Battle of Providence was really like a place for them to train. Who was controlling everything from behind the scenes? Do you want to know? I can tell you. The ancient 3-eyed god said in a low voice. Lu Ming did not speak. He listened quietly and remained cautious. Although this old 3-eyed god's aura was weak, Lu Ming still did not dare to be careless. According to the ancient records, our 3-eyed god race is extremely powerful and dominates the world. Outside of this world, you humans are nothing more than losers to our 3-eyed god race, nothing more than our dogs. The ancient 3-eyed god sneered. Lu Ming still did not say anything. The old 3-eyed god continued. In this world, a long time ago, the remaining powerful beings of the human race captured a group of my 3-eyed god race and placed them in this world for my race to reproduce. Then, they used them to cultivate the geniuses of the human race. You tried to cultivate a peerless genius that could contend against my three-eyed god race in the outside world. Hee hee, what a fool's dream. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What was the outside world that the old three-eyed god was talking about? It should not be the world that Lu Ming was in. Could it be heaven? Back then, the three-eyed god race had appeared on that small island in the heaven realm, and they had even said that they wanted to attack the primordial realm. Could it be that the battle of providence was being controlled by a mighty figure from the heaven realm? In an instant, Lu Ming had many thoughts in his heart. Therefore, in this world, it is impossible for anyone above the spiritual god realm to appear. As long as someone from my clan breaks through to the spiritual god realm, they will be suppressed or even killed. I was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth when I broke through to the spiritual god realm. I escaped here with a serious injury. So, don't worry, I am not a threat to you. The ancient three-eyed god continued. No more. Lu Ming said. That's all. It's been too long, and I only know this much. Boy, I'm just struggling on my last breath, suffering every day. Since I've said so much, come and get rid of me, and let me be free. The ancient three-eyed god sighed. Kill you? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That's right. I've been dragging my broken body and suffering every day. I'd rather die. How about you help me with this? The three-eyed man said. All right. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he strode toward the three-eyed god. A long spear materialized in his hand and he aimed it at the three-eyed god. Right at this moment, the old three-eyed god's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, a black shadow rushed out from his dantian and charged toward Lu Ming. I knew you would be like this. Lu Ming sneered and retreated quickly. The mountain and river diagram circled around him as he threw a punch. The terrifying force of the punch landed on the shadow. The shadow let out a shrill cry. Although it dispersed, it condensed again in the next moment and continued to charge at Lu Ming. However, it was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. With a shake, it was sent flying. This is the spirit god. Lu Ming was shocked. It was only now that he was able to clearly see the appearance of the shadow. It was actually a miniature three-eyed god, and it looked exactly like the ancient three-eyed god. This was clearly the spirit god that the ancient three-eyed god had condensed. This three-eyed god had almost stepped into the spiritual god realm, but it was a pity that he was suppressed. A half-finished spiritual god is about to disappear. Since you want to kill me, I'll fulfill your wish and kill you once and for all. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to punch out with both his fists. One after another, his fists flew towards the spiritual god of the three-eyed god race. The spiritual god tried to dodge, but there were too many fist radiances. It was impossible for it to dodge all of them. It was struck by the fist radiances, and with every punch, the spiritual god would dissipate. Then, it would reform and become weaker. A dozen spirit gods. Boom! Boom! As the fist radiance continued to strike out, the spiritual god became even weaker. If it was an ordinary spiritual god, Lu Ming would definitely not be a match for him. However, this old three-eyed god was suppressed before he could even break through to the spiritual god realm. He could only be considered a half-spiritual god, and his body was severely injured. He was extremely weak and completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a while, the spirit god swayed and flew back into the body of the old three-eyed god. The ancient three-eyed god let out a heaven-shaking roar, "Don't even think about getting the totem pole, I'm going to destroy it." With that, the old three-eyed god's body suddenly moved, and he pounced in a certain direction. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the cave. He saw a stone pillar about 3 meters tall at the side of the cave. There were various patterns carved on the stone pillar, such as dragons, phoenixes, and tigers. This is a totem pole. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had been so focused on the old three-eyed god that he did not notice the totem pole. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards the old three-eyed god. A long spear materialized in his hand and he pierced through the old three-eyed god. Puchi. The spear pierced through the old three-eyed god's body, nailing him to the wall. I'm not willing to accept this. My three-eyed god race will annihilate the human race sooner or later. And NBSP, ARG. The ancient three-eyed god let out a furious and unwilling roar, and then he died. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could understand the old three-eyed divine being's unwillingness to give up. He had cultivated arduously for his entire life and was about to break through to the spiritual god realm, but he was suppressed and his entire life's efforts were in vain. He could only hide in this cave and wait for his life to run out before dying of old age here. However, the two of them were of different races and were hostile to each other. Lu Ming had no reason to sympathize with them. His gaze fell on the stone pillar. Is this the totem pole? The purpose of Lu Ming's visit was for it. Lu Ming walked to the bottom of the totem pole and hugged it with both hands. He lifted it with force but it did not move at all. It's quite heavy. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He exerted all his strength, the essential core in his body exploded, and he pulled with all his might. Boom! 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 The entire cave started to shake. Lu Ming slowly pulled out the totem pole. Rise! Lu Ming shouted and pulled the mountain with all his might. The muscles all over his body bulged and he exerted force on his waist. With a loud bang, the totem pole was pulled up. However, at this moment, the totem pole suddenly glowed brightly. More than 10 rays of black light suddenly burst out and flew towards the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. This was because with a quick glance, he could see that the dozen or so rays of light were actually a dozen or so spiritual gods, all of them in the form of miniature three-eyed god race beings. At this moment, the skeleton of the old three-eyed divine race member flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Could those skeletons be the same as the ancient three-eyed god, the three-eyed god that was suppressed after breaking through to the spiritual god realm and died here? After they died, the spirit god attached itself to the totem pole. We've been tricked. Just now, the old three-eyed god pretended to destroy the totem pillar, but he was actually reminding Lu Ming that it was a totem pillar. He wanted to remind Lu Ming to pull it out, and once he pulled it out, the spiritual gods in the totem pillar would attack Lu Ming. However, at this moment, everything happened so suddenly. It was too late for Lu Ming to dodge. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 spiritual gods rushed into Lu Ming's glabella and into his sea of consciousness. Get out! Lu Ming roared and closed his eyes. His mind appeared in his sea of consciousness and condensed into a physical form. More than a dozen spiritual gods appeared in his spiritual sea, exuding all kinds of powerful auras. Kill! One of the spiritual gods exuded a strong aura of lightning. It seemed to have no intelligence and charged at Lu Ming. Fast, extremely fast. What a powerful thunder intent. These spiritual gods are formed by energy and the intent realm of heaven and earth. Their original owner's consciousness has been destroyed, and only their instinct is left. Their instinct to kill humans. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately simulated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and threw a punch. Boom! Lu Ming's body went numb. He was sent flying and his body almost dissipated. Kill! At that moment, the other spiritual god turned into a beam of fire. An extremely rich concept of fire spread out and charged at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's body seemed to be on fire as he was sent flying. His entire body was in excruciating pain. These spiritual gods wanted to obliterate Lu Ming's mind and will. If Lu Ming's will was obliterated, it would be equivalent to his death. Whoosh! A ray of golden light cut through the clouds in his sea of consciousness and slashed at Lu Ming. The creation of gold. The wills of these spiritual gods were all at the 4th level and were extremely powerful. The 4th level intent realm of heaven and earth was the highest level. These people had already mastered the highest level of intent realm, which was many times stronger than the third level intent realm. Lu Ming's body was cut in half by the golden light, and a sharp pain that seeped into his soul came from his body. Lu Ming's body, which had been split in half, retreated rapidly and recondensed in the distance. However, his face was very pale. In his sea of consciousness, his body was formed by his mind. Even if it was split apart, it could still reform. However, the pain was real. His current situation was very dangerous. In the sea of consciousness, his body could indeed reform at will, but if he couldn't bear the pain and his will dissipated, his body would never be able to reform again, which meant his death. This was a test of will. My will is firm, how can I be destroyed by you? Lu Ming growled in a low voice. His eyes were extremely determined. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two spiritual gods pounced on Lu Ming. Kill! In my sea of consciousness, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming roared and pounced on the few spiritual gods. After a few moves, Lu Ming was still scattered. However, in the distance, he condensed again. His will was firm and he was unmoved. They continued to fight. He used all of his knowledge in this sea of consciousness to fight against the dozen spiritual gods. His will was firm. No matter how great the pain was, he would not be moved and would fight with all his might. In the beginning, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and had almost no power to fight back. However, the more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. He was getting used to fighting in his sea of consciousness. 10 days later, Lu Ming severely injured a spiritual god with the concept of fire with one punch, breaking his arm. The broken arm turned into fire concept and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's comprehension of the fire concept had actually improved by a small margin. You can do this. Then you'll become my nourishment. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a bright light. He was in high spirits as he fought against these spiritual gods. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's body continued to hold on to the totem pole. He stood in the cave, unmoving. His true war dragon technique was actually circulating on its own, like a vortex, absorbing the spirit chi and origin chi of the surroundings. His cultivation base was slowly rising. In his sea of consciousness, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. A month later, a spiritual god was completely defeated by Lu Ming. The corresponding intent realm of heaven and earth was absorbed by Lu Ming, and his corresponding intent realm was improved by a large margin. A terrifying upgrade, Heaven and Earth Jade Essence. Time flew by. 1 month, 2 months. Lu Ming did not know how much time had passed. He only knew that there was a war. A great war. He was fighting with more than a dozen spirit gods. His will was incomparably firm. No matter how it was shattered, he could recover. It was as firm as a rock and there was nothing that could stop him. The dozen or so spiritual gods were defeated and scattered by Lu Ming one after another. The amazing thing was that the intent of the spiritual gods would integrate into Lu Ming's intent rune. His understanding of a certain intent rune would be greatly improved. There were more than a dozen spiritual gods, and they contained all kinds of intents. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming did not know when, but there was only one spiritual god left in his sea of consciousness. This spiritual god has comprehended the earth essence realm. What a strong defense! Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. This spiritual god was protected by the intent of earth and was like a turtle shell. It was the most difficult to deal with. Lu Ming and the spiritual god continued to fight. Slowly, 3 days passed. Finally, Lu Ming broke through the defense and defeated the spiritual god. Lu Ming could feel that his earth concept had improved a lot. Haha, that old three-eyed god was trying to harm me, but who would have thought that he'd help me instead? My 4 intents have all improved by a huge margin. Lu Ming laughed. With a thought, he returned to his body. He found that he was still holding the totem pole and standing there. I don't even know how long I've been fighting with those spiritual gods. It feels like a long time has passed. However, the Battle of Kismet shouldn't be over yet. Otherwise, I would have been teleported out. Lu Ming thought to himself. My cultivation level. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart trembled. He sensed it and immediately found that the true qi in his body was surging and extremely strong. It was much stronger than before. 7th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. This is the 7th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had only killed a dozen or so spiritual gods in his sea of consciousness, but his cultivation had actually increased by 3 levels, from the 4th level Spirit Embryo Realm to the early stage of the 7th level Spirit Embryo Realm. This was simply inconceivable. Take a look at my intent realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. His wind, fire, and lightning intents had all reached the peak of level 3 upper tier. He was only one step away from the completion of level 3. The earth intent was slightly weaker, but it had also reached the late stage of level 3 upper tier. It had improved too much. How long has it been? My cultivation base has actually improved so much. It's too shocking. Lu Ming pondered secretly. At the same time, he was extremely happy. This was an opportunity, a great opportunity. What a powerful force. With my current combat strength, I can definitely kill Luo Tian easily. Lu Ming felt the majestic energy in his body and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Of course, he was referring to the Luo Tian of the past. He did not know how much time had passed and whether Luo Tian's cultivation had improved. There's something down there. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there was something strange under the totem pole. With a thought, the totem pole was kept into his storage ring. There was a pit where the totem pole had been pulled out. Under the pit, a piece of iron with strange patterns could be seen. The iron block seemed to be very large, and only a part of it was exposed in the pit. The rest of it was covered by rocks on the ground. Lu Ming pried open the rock and realized that it was not an iron block but a huge iron box. Lu Ming took out the iron box. What was in this metal box? Lu Ming was a little curious and opened the metal box. In the iron box, there were 2 jade figures that were as tall as humans. Yes, jade figures, as if they were carved out of huge precious jade. The jade figure emitted a shocking amount of life essence. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He thought of a kind of treasure, heaven and earth jade essence. That's right. This wasn't a jade person sculpted from jade, but a heaven and earth jade essence. The heaven and earth jade essence was said to be a type of supreme jade. After countless years, it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and was born by chance. If this kind of living being completely awakens its intelligence and is born, it will be extremely terrifying. Legend had it that a long time ago, a mature heaven and earth jade essence was born in the eastern wilderness. It was extremely terrifying and invincible. It could compete with or even be stronger than a martial emperor. He had stirred up a storm of blood in the East continent and was killed by a stronger being. It was extremely difficult for this heaven and earth jade essence to fully mature. Once it matured, it would be invincible in the world. However, a jade essence that had not matured and had not awakened its spiritual wisdom was a rare supreme treasure. It could really be described as rare. This was because a heaven and earth jade essence, combined with some other materials, could be used to refine a perfect body. If a spiritual god realm master's life was coming to an end, he could attach his spiritual god to the body refined by the heaven and earth jade and live another life. How precious was this? Lu Ming actually obtained 2 here. His heart was beating rapidly. At this moment, he thought of the 9 Suns Paragon. If the 9 Suns Paragon had this heaven and earth jade essence, he could completely reform his physical body and return to the world. That's great. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with excitement. He was 10 times, no, 100 times more excited than when he found out that his cultivation had improved greatly. Along the way, the 9 Suns Supreme had helped him too much. His current achievements were all because of the 9 Suns Supreme. Otherwise, he would still be a piece of trash who had his bloodline taken away from the Lu family of the fiery wind city of the Blazing Sun Empire. He might have been killed by someone else long ago. There was one thing that had always been on his mind, and that was to find a treasure for 9 Suns Supreme to form a new physical body. Now, he had finally found it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood. And a jade talisman. Lu Ming found a jade talisman beside the 2 heaven and earth jade spirits. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. He knew that it was a kind of secret book that recorded cultivation techniques or jade talismans that recorded things. With a sweep of his mind, Lu Ming realized that this was a secret skill. Twin Forbidden Spell. This was the name of the secret skill. What a strange name. Lu Ming began to read the content. At one glance, Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes widened. What a wonderful secret skill. What a strange secret skill. What a shocking secret skill. Lu Ming exclaimed continuously. According to the records of the Twin Forbidden Spell, this secret skill could actually cultivate one person into 2. That's right, there was a huge difference between cultivating 2 people and cultivating a clone. Using the heaven and earth jade essence as the material, one's soul would be split into 2 and another one would be formed. This self would become the second body, while the main body would be the main body. This was completely different from a clone. This was because, generally speaking, a clone could only have a portion of the original's combat strength and could not cultivate. The strength it had when it was cultivated would always be the same. However, the Twin Forbidden Spell was different. The clone he condensed was basically the same as the main body. They had the same strength and aura. They could even cultivate, comprehend, and even communicate with each other. This was terrifying and heaven-defying. This was equivalent to 2 people cultivating. The only difference was that the clone had no consciousness. It was controlled by the main body and had no distracting thoughts. It would only focus on cultivation. This was simply faster than the cultivation of the main body. Moreover, if the main body accidentally died, the consciousness could awaken in the secondary body. This was equivalent to having an extra life. How heaven-defying was this? However, there was a warning at the end of the Forbidden Twin chant. This was a forbidden technique that could only be used once in a lifetime. Otherwise, it would lead to self-destruction. People from the outer continent. Furthermore, the Twin Forbidden Art had a chance of success. If he failed the first time and tried again, the danger would increase. Amazing, too amazing. No wonder there are 2 heaven and earth jade essence here. It was prepared for the Twin Forbidden Spell. Lu Ming was amazed and his heart was pounding. Anyone would be tempted by such a heaven-defying secret technique. It just so happens that I have 2 heaven and earth jade essences. I'll give one to Senior Jiuyang, and I'll keep the other one to practice the Twin Forbidden Spell. If I can't succeed in one attempt, then I'll give up. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Then, he carefully closed the metal box and put it away. It was impossible to cultivate such a secret skill now. Other than the heaven and earth jade essence, he needed other materials, especially those that could nurture the soul. He could only cultivate it after the War of Providence was over. Let's take a look at the Book of Destiny. With a thought, the Book of Destiny appeared. Lu Ming realized that his luck value had reached more than 300,000. In other words, this trip to the Sky Poison Island had increased his luck value by more than 200,000. This time, it was a truly great opportunity. 9 totem pillars appeared. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. He realized that the notification from the Book of Destiny stated that 9 totem pillars had appeared. There was one more pillar to go before he could open the ancient city of Providence. It seems that a lot of time has really passed. The Battle of Providence is probably ending soon. Lu Ming estimated that he had stayed here for at least a few months. Time to go out. After keeping the items, Lu Ming looked around and made sure that there were no other items. He then strode outside. When he walked out of the cave, the thick poisonous gas was still outside. Lu Ming released the devouring power to cover his entire body and resist the poisonous gas. He then strode out. After leaving the cave, Lu Ming's footsteps became faster and faster. He traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. After that, poisonous insects began to appear. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved greatly and his combat strength was much stronger than before. Naturally, he could pass through them easily. Along the way, he also found many spiritual herbs and picked them up. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the edge of the Sky Poison Island. On the surface of the lake, there was a thick green poisonous gas floating around. The poisonous gas would only dissipate once every 3 months. Clearly, it was not time yet. No, I can't wait any longer. If the Battle of Kismet is in 10 days or half a month, I'll miss it if I stay here. If I rush out, the mountain and river diagram should be able to stop me, right? Lu Ming had a thought and entered the mountain and river diagram. In the air, there was only one scroll of the mountain and river diagram floating. Lu Ming controlled the mountain and river diagram from within and flew towards the surface of the lake. Instantly, the mountain and river diagram was surrounded by poisonous gas. Fortunately, the mountain and river diagram's materials were extraordinary and of a very high level. It successfully resisted the invasion of the poisonous gas. Very quickly, the mountain and river diagram crossed the lake's surface and returned to the shore. Lu Ming appeared from the mountain and river diagram and put it away. Phew, I'm finally out. Let's go find Qi Shui and the others. Let's see how long it'll be before the Battle of Providence ends. I wonder what happened during this time. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. During this period, he tried to send messages to Bai Qishui, Wen Zhongli and the others using the Jade Talisman, but they could not get out. It seemed that they were too far apart. Lu Ming could only fly and search. After flying for a day and covering a few million miles, Lu Ming did not encounter a single person. Not only did he not encounter a single person, he didn't even encounter the three-eyed god race. Strange, something's not right. I've flown for millions of miles, it's impossible that I didn't encounter a single person. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He felt very strange. He went back to where Bai Qishui and the others had gathered, but there was no one there. Apparently, they had left a long time ago. I don't believe this. Let's go take a look at the three-eyed god race's royal city and capture a few of them to ask about the situation. With a single thought, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the three-eyed god's royal city according to the map he had obtained from the three-eyed god. The capital city of the three-eyed god race was at the center of this world. Lu Ming flew for an entire day before he neared the borders of the capital. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, there were 2 blood-red rays of light in front of them, shooting towards the north. Just as Lu Ming was overjoyed and was about to give chase, the 2 rays of light suddenly stopped and flew toward Lu Ming. The light dissipated and 2 young men appeared. 2 young men in blood-red robes with long sabers on their backs exuded a powerful and bloody saber intent. Could they be from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the 2 young men without saying a word. Ha, there's still someone from the Divine Wilderness continent here. He actually dares to run around on his own. Just in time to kill him, and his fate points will belong to us. A young man with a big mole on his chin looked at Lu Ming coldly. His luck value is yours. His storage ring is mine. The other young man spoke as well, looking as if Lu Ming was dead for sure. Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled and his mind was spinning rapidly. They call us people from the Divine Wilderness continent. The people of the Divine Wilderness continent would never address them this way. Could it be that these 2 people were not from the Divine Wilderness continent? But how is that possible? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Since ancient times, the war for karmic luck had always been carried out on its own. The Divine Wilderness continent's 5 huge regions carried out their own activities. They had never done it together before. Furthermore, it was done by people from the other continents. Now, why would someone from another continent appear? It seemed that while Lu Ming was on the Sky Poison Island, there had been some changes outside. This kid isn't speaking. Is he a mute? The young man with the mole on his chin sneered. Who cares what he is, just kill him. Another youth said. Where are you guys from? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Hee hee, so you're not a mute. Death is near, so there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Bloodblade continent. Die, kid. The young man with the mole sneered. The saber intent on his body soared. A blood-red saber energy, thousands of meters long, slashed at Lu Ming. These two youths had extremely powerful auras and had reached the 5th level spirit embryo realm. If they were placed before Lu Ming entered the Sky Poison Island, they would be ranked in the 40th or 50th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Bang! Lu Ming waved his hands slightly and the blood-colored astral saber collapsed. The two young men's expressions changed. The two young men's eyes turned serious when they saw that the man was able to shatter the mole-faced young man's saber energy so easily. The Bloodblade continent? Why are you here? Also, where are the Divine Wilderness Continent's elites? Lu Ming took a step forward. His eyes turned cold and he asked a few questions. Kid, go to hell and ask. The mole-faced young man shouted coldly as his killing intent exploded. His blood chi soared into the sky and turned into a huge saber. This cultivation technique was similar to the cultivation technique of the 7th blood sword of the Heavenly Corpse sect, but the cultivation technique of the people of the Bloodblade continent was purer. Let's attack together. The other young man shouted coldly as his saber aura expanded. The blood-red saber aura actually contained the aura of fire. Talisman sect disciples in danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two blood-colored astral blades slashed down at Lu Ming with terrifying power. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He strode forward and slapped twice. With two crisp sounds, the two blood-red sword gleams were shattered. The pupils of the two young men from the Bloodblade continent contracted rapidly, and their eyes revealed extreme shock. The two of them had used almost all their strength in the two slashes just now, but they were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Not good, it's a top expert, let's go. The mole-faced young man shouted and turned to run. The other person felt the same way. They knew that they had encountered one of the top elites of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He took a step forward and his body was like a stream of light. In the next moment, he had caught up with the two of them and struck out with his palms twice. Although the two of them tried their best to block, they were still hit and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They crashed into the ground and left a huge pit in the ground. Lu Ming descended, and his immense aura enveloped the two of them. He said coldly, "Speak, where are the people from the Divine Wilderness continent? Don't even think about it. If I say it, won't I still die? Anyway, I won't tell you if I die." The mole-faced young man's eyes were filled with madness. At the same time, a blood-red light flashed, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. With a loud roar, he turned into a blade light and rushed in a direction. The other young man also looked crazy. He turned into a blade light and rushed in another direction. You're looking for death. With the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming was the first to chase after the young man with the big mole. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, how fast would he be if he used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps? He caught up to the mole-faced young man in a few moments and killed him with a punch. Immediately, Lu Ming turned around and charged at another person. Kill! That person was extremely crazy. Seeing that he could not escape, his eyes turned red and he charged towards Lu Ming like a wild beast. However, there was a huge difference in their abilities and they were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. The cultivation technique of the people from the Bloodblade continent was overbearing and they were not afraid of death. They were extremely crazy, and Lu Ming did not manage to get any information from them. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared and devoured the blood essence and energy of the 2 young men from the Bloodblade continent. Just now, the 2 of them were heading north. Perhaps, if we head north, we might be able to find something. With an idea in mind, Lu Ming flew north. To the north of Lu Ming, 1,000,000 miles away, a huge battle was going on in the mountains. On a mountain peak, light flickered and was incomparably dazzling. Inscriptions filled the air and many large arrays appeared, forming a light barrier that covered the entire mountain peak within. There were about a few hundred people on the mountain peak. All of them were disciples of the Talisman sect. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were constantly inscribing inscriptions around the mountain. The one in the lead had long Silavira hair and 2 eyes. He was Huanjin. With him as the leader, Wen Qini, Bai Qixue, Ji Mai and the others were also among them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the mountain peak, a blood-red blade light rose. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth apart. It slashed towards Huanjin and the others. The blade light struck the light shield, causing it to tremble. Huanjin and the others also trembled slightly. There were more than a dozen people around the mountain peak, but a few of them had shocking auras and were extremely terrifying. Every one of them was wearing a blood-red robe and carrying a blood-red saber. He was dressed exactly the same as the 2 youths from the Bloodblade continent that Lu Ming had met before. Talisman Amulet Sect, with your measly strength, you can all die. A young man with long blood-red hair said coldly. His strength was the most terrifying, and his aura was powerful. With a single slash, the light shield trembled violently. Why are you so ruthless? Our Talisman Amulet sect has no intention of fighting with you for the last totem pole. Huanjin said. Hee, a bunch of flies. They're in the way. Moreover, you have quite a lot of luck points. You'll be a piece of fat meat even if I snatch you. The blood-red-haired youth laughed coldly. The other young men also sneered. More than a dozen of them attacked together, and the blade light kept slashing toward the mountain peak. Wen Zhongli, Bai Qixue and the rest were trembling. They had used up a lot of their spiritual power. If this continued, their spiritual power would be completely depleted. Once they lost the protection of the formation, the Talisman Amulet sect's disciples would be killed by the other party. The other party was too powerful. This was only a portion of the Bloodblade continent's people, but there were 2 people who were on the same level as Huanjin. Once the formation was broken, Huanjin could only stop 1 person. The other person could easily kill the others. Furthermore, the other 10 or so young men were also extremely powerful. Some people revealed bitter expressions. The battle for Providence this time was beyond their imagination. To think that the chosen of other continents would intervene. It was even more dangerous than the previous battles for Providence. If they didn't handle it well, the Talisman sect would be completely annihilated. I'll inscribe a formation later to block them with all my strength. You guys hurry up and leave. Huanjin suddenly sent a message to Wen Zhongli, Bai Qixue and the others. Senior brother Huanjin, we can't leave together. Wen Zhongli said hurriedly. If Huanjin left only 1 person to stop them, they would definitely be in trouble. That's right, we'll leave together and stay together. The others also called out. None of you can escape, Blood God Saber Wheel. Break. The young man with long blood-red hair shouted coldly. An even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. A huge blood-red will appeared above his head. This blood-red will seemed to be made up of countless blood-red sabers. It spun rapidly and was as big as a mountain. It crushed toward the light shield on the mountain. Not good, hold on. Huanjin and the others' expressions changed. The mental energy fire between their brows throbbed rapidly, spreading out and surging into the inscriptions around them. Boom! The blood-colored wheel of blades hit the light shield of the mountain heavily. The earth rumbled and the mountain shook violently. The light shields that covered the mountain shattered one after another. And NBSP, Huan Zhen and the others' expressions changed and their bodies trembled. Those with lower cultivation spat out blood. The disciples who were sitting cross-legged or in the middle of recovery or healing also stood up to help guard the array. However, the blood-red wheel of blades was too terrifying. It kept spinning like countless sabers, constantly slashing at the light shield. Bang! 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 The light shield continued to explode and was about to be completely shattered. Release the puppets and use the inscription scrolls to open up a path. Charge out! Huanjin shouted. At this moment, with a loud bang, all the arrays collapsed and the light shield was shattered. Many talisman puppet sect disciples released their puppets and surrounded the crowd. At the same time, a series of inscription scrolls were activated, either to protect themselves or to attack, and they all rushed in one direction. You want to escape? All of you, die. The red-haired young man controlled the huge wheel of blades and pressed forward, shattering countless puppets. More than a dozen blade lights slashed out, attacking the puppet and the inscription scrolls. Although the talisman amulet sect had many people, most of their combat strength was not strong. They were far from the top experts of the Bloodblade continent. The weakest of the dozen or so people from the Bloodblade continent were 4th-level spirit embryo realm prodigies. Ah! Screams rang out as a talisman sect disciple was killed. Chapter 948 Domineering Kill. Damn it! Huan Zhen and the others roared and retaliated. However, the blood-haired young man had his eyes on Huan Zhen and used his huge wheel of blades to suppress him. No matter how strong Huan Zhen was, he could only barely protect himself. Ha! Die! A skinny monkey-like young man from the Bloodblade continent was extremely agile. He was like an agile flying knife that constantly flickered. Blade light crisscrossed and shattered a few puppets. A few bolts of lightning were sent flying, and he killed a talisman amulet sect disciple with a single strike. Then, he took a deep breath and absorbed the blood chi of the talisman sect disciple he had killed through his nose. Ha ha ha, it's so delicious. This blood chi. The skinny monkey-like young man's face was filled with enjoyment, but his gaze became even more sinister. Whoosh! At this moment, a spear radiance pierced through the void from the south. It was extremely fast as it stabbed towards Shou Ho. What is it? The skinny monkey was shocked. He wanted to dodge immediately, but he realized that he was completely locked on by the spear radiance. The terrifying killing intent enveloped his body and he had no way to take it away. He could only use all his strength to resist. A terrifying blade light shot out from Shou Ho's hand. However, when it clashed with the spear light, the blade light was shattered. The spear light burst out and pierced through Shou Ho's throat. Skinny Monkey's eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness, and then he died. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, more than a dozen spearlights flew over and stabbed at more than a dozen Heaven's favorites from the Bloodblade continent. Ah! Several screams were heard as several experts from the Bloodblade continent were killed. Who is it? You should die. The red-haired young man roared in anger and controlled the huge blade wheel to block the remaining spear radiance. The other paragons of the Bloodblade continent were shocked. They didn't continue to surround the talisman amulet sect's disciples. Instead, they moved closer to the blood-haired youth and looked in the direction of the spear light. Huanjin and the others looked in that direction. Who would come to save their talisman amulet sect? A blue-robed young man stepped through the air and appeared before everyone. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Bai Qixue was the first to shout. The person who had attacked just now was Lu Ming, who had come all the way from the south. On his way to the north, he didn't expect to encounter the experts of the Bloodblade continent besieging the talisman puppet sect's disciples. Needless to say, the two youths from the Bloodblade continent were most likely here to help. Lu Ming, he's not dead. Wen Zhishe, Gong Fei, and the rest were overjoyed. Previously, on the Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming had gone all the way and never came back. Later, The poison gas sealed the island and everyone who had not died had left the Sky Poison Island, but Lu Ming did not come out. When Jisher and Gong Fei thought that Lu Ming had met with an accident in the depths of the Sky Poison Island and had died. After they brought the news back, the disciples of the talisman sect sighed and Bai Qixue even cried a few times. He did not expect that Lu Ming was not dead and had even appeared at this time. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Leave this place quickly. Bai Qixue's face suddenly changed and she shouted. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Wen Jisher also shouted. Although Lu Ming was strong, he had easily killed a few 4th-level spirit embryo realm geniuses. This was enough to prove that Lu Ming's strength had improved again. However, they were definitely no match for the red-haired young man. They were strong enough to fight with the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even Huan Zhen was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was here. Wasn't he courting death? It's too late to leave now. You have to pay with your life for killing my people. The red-haired young man's voice was extremely cold. The huge wheel of blades was floating above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. It was a powerful secret treasure. You've killed my talisman amulet sect's disciples. All of you must die. Lu Ming did not retreat. He continued to walk forward step by step. His voice was even colder than the blood-haired young man's. What big words! I'll kill him. A burly young man stepped out. He was more than 2 meters tall, 2 heads taller than Lu Ming. The muscles on his body bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. He held a huge sword the size of a door and stared at Lu Ming like a wild beast. Buzz! He held the sword with both hands and rushed toward Lu Ming, slashing down. The 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm was this youth's cultivation. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy. Scales covered his entire body as he threw a punch. Clang! The fist hit the saber, causing it to shake. Then, under everyone's horrified eyes, it collapsed, and metal fragments flew everywhere. Lu Ming's figure did not stop, nor did his fist. He continued to blast out. Bang! The fist landed on the burly young man's body. The burly young man screamed as a big hole was pierced through his chest. He was killed immediately. The devouring power in his hand burst out, and the burly young man turned into a dry corpse in front of everyone's horrified eyes. He's so strong. Lu Ming Zongzi is so strong. One of the talisman amulet sect's disciples said excitedly. A peerless genius of the 6th level spirit embryo realm had been killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. What kind of combat strength did Lu Ming have? Bai Qixue and the others opened their eyes wide. Lu Ming's combat strength is much stronger than it was 5 months ago. Wen Lezhang said. Can he be a match for those people? Bai Qixue looked at the red-haired young man, still worried. I don't know. Wen Jisher shook his head. At this moment, the young men from the Bloodblade continent also widened their eyes in shock. The red-haired young man's eyes also became serious. Kill! Die! Lu Ming shouted. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow, and his killing intent was like a tide. His figure was like lightning as he charged directly at the youth from the Bloodblade continent. Let's attack together and kill him. The red-haired young man shouted and controlled the huge wheel of blades to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the mountain and river diagram appeared. It expanded rapidly and surrounded the huge wheel of blades. The huge wheel of blades kept spinning and bombarding, but it could not break through the defense of the mountain and river diagram. Damn it! I'll still kill you even without the knife wheel. Die! The red-haired young man shouted coldly and slashed with his saber. There was another youth who was just as terrifying. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm, and his combat strength was extremely shocking. He was definitely not weaker than the demonic lord Luo Tian. Both of them were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and it opened its mouth to roar. Its devouring power erupted, enveloping all the youths of the Blood-Blade continent. Those with lower cultivation bases trembled, and their eyes filled with shock. Their true yuan and qi were unstable, and they were about to be forcibly devoured. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming instantly struck 5 palms and kicked 6 times, killing 5 youths from the Blood-Blade continent. He also used his shoulder to kill another person. On the Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming had fought with more than a dozen spiritual gods in his sea of consciousness for a long time. Besides the increase in his cultivation, his use of martial arts techniques had also been greatly improved. Now, every muscle and bone in his body could use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Even his hair could use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. With a wave of his hand, it contained the supreme power to suppress the 9 nether prison. At the same level, his combat strength was much stronger. It had increased by 30%. 5 more days. In other words, Lu Ming's combat strength was 30% stronger than his own before he entered the Sky Poison Island. Before he entered the Sky Poison Island, he was no match for the current him in a battle of the same level. In other words, his ability to fight above his level had become stronger. Boom! Boom! There were 2 loud bangs. Only the blood-haired young man and the other 2 most powerful people could compete with Lu Ming. However, they were also shocked. Lu Ming could actually kill the other experts while fighting the 2 of them. His combat strength was terrifyingly strong. Buzz! Buzz! The saber chi soared to the sky, and the remaining people all unleashed their bloodlines. They were all blood-red warblade bloodlines, but their levels were different. There were 6 golden chakras on the blades of the red-haired young man and the other young man. Divine level rank 6 bloodline. As for the remaining few, they all had 5th level divine level bloodlines. The rest of the people used bloodline fusion at the same time, turning into blood-red sabers with shocking saber intent. Lu Ming, let me help you. Huanzhen stepped into the air. With every step, runes filled the air. No need. Help me hold the line and prevent anyone from escaping. Lu Ming said. This made Huanzhen stunned. Was Lu Ming going to make everyone from the Blood-Blade continent stay here? Isn't he too confident? The other Talisman sect members looked at each other in shock and anticipation. Such big words, watch how I kill you. One of the sabers let out a furious roar and expanded to 1,000 meters in size, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed and merged with the 9-dragon bloodline. The 9-dragon bloodline roared and its 9 claws stepped out. Boom! Boom! Violent energy blasted out. Other than the 2 divine level 6 blood sabers, the other blood sabers all exploded and turned back into human form. They fell to the ground and were no longer alive. The 2 divine level 6 blood sabers were also trembling non-stop. Their saber chi collapsed and they were sent flying. The 2 of them were at the 7th level spirit embryo realm, the same level as Lu Ming. How could they be his match? Lu Ming had never met an opponent of the same level. Not good, he's too strong. Let's go, split up. The blood-haired young man's shocked voice came from one of the blood-red blades. Lu Ming's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 blood-red blades fled in 2 different directions. Where should we go? In one of the directions, a formation appeared, and an illusory figure suddenly appeared there, blocking a blood-red saber. Dodge! A voice came from the blood saber and the saber light slashed at Huanzhen. Huanzhen's Silavira hair danced in the wind and his eyes glowed with Silavira light. Around him, formations appeared and turned into Silavira swords that slashed at Bloody Blade. Boom! Boom! The rumbling continued, and the blood-red saber could not break through at all. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon claws stepped in the air and caught up with the other blood saber. The blood-red saber was transformed from the blood-haired young man. The 9 dragons clawed at the blood saber. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the bloody blade let out an angry roar, and its blade chi rose sharply, slashing at the 9 dragons. However, under the 9 dragons' all-conquering dragon claws, they were all in vain, and the saber chi was destroyed. Clang! Clang! The 9 dragon claws grabbed the blood-red saber one after another and pulled with all their might. The blood-red saber shattered into pieces with a bang, and the figure of the red-haired young man reappeared in the air. At this moment, his face was full of panic, and his eyes were filled with horror. The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and charged at him. Even if you can kill me, I won't let you have an easy time. The red-haired young man had a ferocious look on his face. He pounced on Lu Ming without fear of death. It was a pity that there was a huge gap between his combat strength and Lu Ming's. It was not something that could be made up for by fearlessness. After a few moves, he was torn apart by Lu Ming and died on the spot. Then, the dragon twisted its body and pounced at the last youth from the Blood Blade continent. The result was destined. Lu Ming and Huan Zhen were together and the young man was killed in a few moves. Not far away, the talisman sect's disciples were completely silent. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. The group of powerful Bloodblade continent's young men who had followed Lu Ming here were killed in an instant. Among them, 2 of them were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Such people were also killed by Lu Ming. This was simply unbelievable. It made them feel like they were in a dream. The talisman sect disciples who had been with Lu Ming were still in a better state. However, those who had not seen Lu Ming since the Battle of Providence were even more shocked. Before the Battle of Providence, although Lu Ming was strong, there was still a huge gap between him and the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Not many people thought that Lu Ming could compete with such a figure. First, Lu Ming could kill such a figure. After the shock, it was ecstasy. Lu Ming was the candidate of the talisman sect. The stronger he was, the stronger the talisman sect would be. Naturally, they would be happy. Devouring power burst out of the mouths of the 9 dragon bloodline cultivators, devouring all the vital essence and blood essence of the Bloodblade continent cultivators. Now, Lu Ming no longer had to worry about using the 9 dragon bloodline. After devouring, Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. Lu Ming, thank you very much for this. Huan Zhen cupped his fists. His eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Ming's progress was too great. Truth be told, when he first met Lu Ming, although Huan Zhen was very polite, that was just his personality. He did not expect Lu Ming to reach this level and did not treat Lu Ming as a prodigy of his level. But now, not only had Lu Ming achieved it, but his ability had probably surpassed him. No need to thank me. Fortunately, I'm not late. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, where have you been all this time? Why don't I see him? The other disciples of the talisman amulet sect also surrounded him. Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with joy and resentment. That's right, Lu Ming. Our little Scarlet Snow has been very worried about you during this period of time. She misses you so much that she doesn't even have the appetite to eat or drink. Ha! On the side, Wen Zhisher teased. Senior brother Wen, you. Nonsense, what does his life or death have to do with me? Bai Qixue stomped her feet and her face turned red. Ha, you're shy. Wen Zhongli laughed out loud. On the side, the others also laughed. Having escaped death, everyone was very relaxed. Bai Qixue's face and neck turned even redder. She did not dare to look at Lu Ming. Looking at Bai Qixue's shy expression, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This girl, don't tell me she really likes me. It seems that I can't tease her in the future. Lu Ming thought in his heart. What's going on with the people of the Bloodblade continent? Why was everyone attacked by the people of the Bloodblade continent? Also, how much longer is there until the Battle of Kismet ends in a year? Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and asked. As he spoke, he refined the energy that he had devoured. Most of the youths from the Bloodblade continent cultivated either the blood or blade concepts, which were of no use to him. Lu Ming, there's only 5 days left until the 1-year Battle of Providence. Huanjin said. 5 days. I've actually stayed on the Sky Poison Island for more than 5 months. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Reason. Although he had guessed that he had stayed on the Sky Poison Island for a long time, he did not expect that it had already been more than 5 months. If he had been any later, the Battle of Providence would have ended directly. It was no wonder that his cultivation had soared so quickly. In the past 5 months, he had advanced 3 cultivation realms. That was not too fast. After all, he had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. If he were to fight with the 3-eyed god race outside, he might be able to increase his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels. Lu Ming, you went deep into the Sky Poison Island and never came back. The poisonous gas inside was too strong, and we couldn't go in. We were really afraid that something had happened to you. What happened to you on the Sky Poison Island? Wen Zhongli asked. Lu Ming then told him about his encounter with the 3-eyed god. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. Lu Ming had actually encountered the attacks of more than 10 spiritual gods from the 3-eyed god race on the Sky Poison Island. Furthermore, the battle in his Sea of Consciousness had lasted for several months. In the end, his skills had even improved greatly. It was truly amazing. After all, when a spiritual god realm master lost his physical body, his spiritual god would not stay in the world for long and would dissipate. Only some special treasures could allow the spirit god to be preserved. The totem pole of the Sky Poison Island was probably that kind of treasure. However, there was something strange about it. Even the totems of the other 8 forbidden areas did not have a spirit god attached to them. Lu Ming guessed that it was most likely related to the Sky Poison Island. There was not a trace of poisonous gas in that cave. Instead, it was filled with spiritual qi and origin qi. Wen Zhishe was good with words. He immediately started to explain what had happened during this period of time. About half a month ago, the 9 forbidden grounds were all broken and the 9 totem pillars were obtained. Only the final totem pillar in the 3-eyed god race's capital remained. As long as he obtained this final totem pillar, he would be able to open the ancient city of Providence. However, at this moment, a heaven's favorite from another continent appeared. It was the heaven's favorite from the Bloodblade continent. As soon as the Bloodblade continent's heaven's favorites entered, they started to kill. Many of the 4 overlord forces, heaven's favorites, were killed. After the slaughter, they knew that the prodigies of the Bloodblade continent were also participating in the battle for Providence. They had also completed their mission, and their final goal was the final totem pillar in the 3-eyed god race's capital. If the Bloodblade continent could obtain that totem pillar, they would be able to open their ancient city of Providence. Whoever managed to obtain the last totem pillar would be able to open the ancient city of Providence, and those who failed to do so would be considered to have failed. The heaven's favorites of the Bloodblade continent were very powerful, even slightly stronger than those of the East continent. More importantly, they were all very united and seemed to come from the same force. The 4 overlords of the Eastern Barren Territory were too scattered and suffered a crushing defeat in the beginning. In the end, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley had to join forces to have the strength to contend with the Bloodblade continent. As for the Talisman Amulet sect, they were directly excluded by the 3 major factions. They refused to let the Talisman Amulet sect join. It was obvious that they wanted to use the Bloodblade continent to destroy the Talisman Amulet sect. The Talisman Amulet sect had been hiding under the leadership of the Zongzis from fantasy reality. However, they were still found by the Bloodblade continent 2 days ago, which was why they had fought. AI, it's a pity that Guan Tao, Lu Song, and a few others have all died in battle. Wen Zhishe sighed. Guan Tao and Lu Song were the Talisman sect's top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were also one of the 13 Zongzis. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the Talisman sect members and realized that many of them were missing. Out of the 13 candidates of the talisman sect, only 6 were present, 7 were missing. The total number of people from the talisman amulet sect was only slightly more than 300. Are these the only people left in the talisman amulet sect? Lu Ming asked. Almost there. Even if there are some who are still in the ruins, there are definitely not many. Wen Jishe sighed. The other talisman sect disciples also looked dejected. The talisman amulet sect had a total of about 1,000 people, but now there were only about 300 left. The losses were extremely heavy. One had to know that these were the elites of the talisman sect's younger generation. In every battle of Providence, a large number of geniuses would die in battle. However, every time there was a battle of Providence, the major factions would send all their geniuses in. This was because once someone obtained a great opportunity, all the sacrifices would be worth it. For example, this time, Bai Qixue had obtained the inheritance of the emperor. Even if hundreds of people died in the battle, it was worth it. The inheritance of an emperor was extremely precious. Not only could it bring many different formations and inscriptions to the talisman sect, but also Bai Qixue's future would be limitless. Even if she could not reach the height of an emperor in the future, as long as she could become a supreme being, it would be worth it. We'd better leave this place first. I'm afraid that the other Heaven's favorites from the Bloodblade continent will soon find out that their Heaven's favorite has been killed. At that time, they will come to kill us. We will be in real danger. Huanjin said. Not bad. Wen Jishe nodded. All of you, enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming waved his hand and the mountain and river diagram flew toward him. The Wheel of Blades, having lost its owner, stood still in the air and was put away by Lu Ming. Huan Zhen and the rest had long heard that Lu Ming had a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. They were overjoyed to hear that. As long as they entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming would bring them to another place alone. The people from the Bloodblade continent would definitely not be able to find them. Immediately, the talisman amulet sect members were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming put the mountain and river diagram away, turned into a rainbow light, and left the place. In a valley millions of miles away, Lu Ming appeared and released the people from the talisman amulet sect. Some of the injured disciples began to heal their injuries, while those who were not injured began to carve formations around them. There were only 5 days left until the 1-year deadline. They had no intention of looking for any more opportunities. They just had to wait for the last 5 days to pass. Right now, the Heaven's favorites from the Bloodblade continent and the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace should be near the royal city, waiting for an opportunity to get the last totem pillar, right? Lu Ming asked. That's right. There are still 5 days left. They will definitely make a move in these few days. Otherwise, they won't have the chance anymore. If they don't get the last totem pillar, then all the luck they've obtained during this period of time will be wasted. The top Heaven's favorites will definitely not be satisfied with this. Huan Jin nodded. In fact, the Bloodblade continent and the three-party alliance had already fought once before to attack the royal city. However, there were extremely powerful existences in the royal city, experts who were infinitely close to the spiritual god realm and could easily attack the spiritual god realm. Last time, there was an expert of that level who attacked and forcefully broke into the spiritual god realm, killing several powerful geniuses from both sides. However, in the end, the three-eyed god who forced his way into the spiritual god realm also exploded and died. They must have been suppressed to death by the laws of heaven and earth of this world. Wen Jishe explained. Lu Ming nodded. It was normal for the three-eyed god race to have such existences. The spiritual god realm experts that Lu Ming encountered on the Sky Poison Island were all elders of the three-eyed god race who were nearing the end of their lifespans. They had no choice but to give it their all and attempt to break through to the spiritual god realm. In the end, they were suppressed. However, there were definitely some within the three-eyed god race that had yet to reach the end of their lifespans and could break through to the spiritual god stage at any time. Chapter 951 Attacking the Capital. Those existences were incomparably powerful, far more so than the ordinary three-eyed gods. This was because anyone who could break through to the spiritual god realm was a genius among geniuses. The foundation for a human warrior to break through to the spiritual god realm was to awaken a divine bloodline. Without awakening a divine bloodline, there was a 99% chance that one would not be able to break through to the spiritual god realm. Only those who had awakened a divine-level bloodline were qualified to break through to the spiritual god realm. However, that was all. Many who had awakened a first or even second-level divine-level bloodline would fail to break through to the spiritual god realm. Of course, the higher the level of the awakened divine bloodline, the higher the success rate would be. The spiritual god realm could have a lifespan of 5,000 years. In the eastern barren land, there were hundreds of large regions. How many spiritual god realm experts had accumulated in the past 5,000 years? Very few. And how many among the younger generation had awakened divine bloodlines? There were 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents alone, and there were also new talents. If those with divine bloodlines could break through to the spiritual god realm, there would be hundreds of them in this generation. How was that possible? Even if this generation was at its golden age, it would be good enough if 100 or 200 people could break through to the spiritual god realm. Many god-tier geniuses might not even be able to defeat the spirit god. That was why those who could break through to the spiritual god realm were all geniuses among geniuses. They were all extremely powerful, and with such an existence in the royal three-eyed god race, it wouldn't be easy for the two forces to seize the last totem pillar. Lu Ming, are you going to fight for the last totem pole? Huan Zhen asked. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Why not? If both sides fight, I might be able to benefit from it. With your combat strength, you might have a chance. Unfortunately, I was injured in the previous battle and can't help you. Huan Zhen said. No need to help. I'm just going to take a look. It's better to hide alone. If there's an opportunity, I'll wait for it. If there's no opportunity, then forget it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Huan Zhen pondered for a moment. His hand glowed and an inscription talisman scroll appeared. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, this is a peculiar inscription talisman that I obtained previously. As long as you activate it with your own mental energy fire, you can condense 8 people that look exactly like you. Moreover, they all have the same aura. It might be helpful for your trip. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not decline and kept it, saying, Many thanks, I will definitely repay this favor in the future. This inscription scroll was very precious. It could actually condense 8 people with the same aura as the user. It could definitely save a life at a critical moment. This was clearly a treasure that Huan Zhen had obtained from the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming was very grateful that Huan Zhen was willing to give such a treasure to him. You're welcome. You saved me before. Huan Zhen laughed. He was a handsome man that could make women jealous. Then I'll go to the capital. If there's anything, you can contact me at any time. Lu Ming said. Then, he looked at Bai Qixue, who was not far away, and turned to leave. Lu Ming. Bai Qixue called him from behind. Miss Bai, don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. He headed for the capital. Why did he call me Miss Bai? Didn't you just call me Qixue? Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming's back as he left, lost in thought. There are rumors that during the war in 9 Dragons, Lu Ming did it for a woman. Could that woman be Lu Ming's lover? Thinking of this, Bai Qixue let out a long sigh, and her eyes looked a bit sad. A beam of light streaked across the sky, traveling 100 miles in an instant. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the territory where the three-eyed god race's imperial city was. He carved an array for himself to conceal his aura, and then continued to move forward. Soon, a magnificent city appeared in front of them. This was the royal city of the three-eyed god race. There were three-eyed god soldiers patrolling on the tall and majestic city walls, day and night. Last time, the prodigies from both sides charged into the capital, and this caused the three-eyed god race to be even more cautious. "I'll wait here. I guess the two sides will start fighting in a few days." Lu Ming hid in a secret place and observed the capital from afar. 1 day, 2 days. Time passed day by day, but neither side made a move. Obviously, both sides had the same idea, waiting for the other side to make the first move, and then reap the benefits. On the last day, both sides finally could not hold back and attacked at almost the same time. From the south and north of the capital, there were more than 100 rainbow lights each, rushing towards the capital at an extreme speed. Both sides had sent out more than 100 people. Each one of them was a heaven's favorite among heaven's favorites, and they were extremely powerful. Enemy attack. And NBSP, die. A furious roar immediately erupted from the three-eyed god race's capital city, and the entire city exploded with powerful energy. Kill. The battle cries shook the heavens. More than 100 people from both the north and south charged into the capital like a sharp knife. Every one of them was a heaven's favorite who could jump several levels and kill their opponents. They were extremely powerful, especially a top heaven's favorite like Luo Tian. He was so powerful that he could easily kill a 9th-level spirit embryo realm cultivator. A brilliant light flashed, and although the three-eyed god race had a lot of people, they were instantly killed. The two sides quickly rushed towards the center of the capital. Those few people in the lead are so strong. Lu Ming watched from afar and his eyes narrowed. On the north side was the allied army of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley. The few people in the lead were extremely powerful. Their attacks erupted and killed anyone who stood in their way. A golden-robed youth wearing a golden crown slashed out with his sword. Regardless of whether they were at the 9th level or the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, they were all killed in one move. Lu Ming even discovered that a powerful existence with a perfected spirit embryo was killed by him with one slash. Strong, extremely powerful. This man's aura is similar to Di Feng's. He must be Di Shen, the top talent among the young generation of the Eastern Barren Territory and the top one on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a strong fighting spirit. Emperor God was also the descendant of Martial Emperor De, but he was terrifyingly talented. Some people said that his talent was not weaker than Martial Emperor De's when he was young, and he had the potential to become an emperor in the future. Beside the Emperor, the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley also had their own powerful heaven's favorites. In the south, in the Bloody Blade continent, there were also proud sons of heaven on the same level as the Emperor God level. In just a few minutes, they had broken through many obstacles and were about to reach the center of the capital. "You still dare to charge in, you're looking for death." Suddenly, a loud roar came from the center of Yunwu City. Then, a beam of light with lightning struck toward the Emperor God. The Emperor God struck out with his sword and destroyed the light beam, but he was also stopped. Then, several beams of light burst out in succession, shooting toward the north and south. The Bloody Blade continent and the Eastern Barren Territory were both attacked. "So there are still old guys like you. You guys block the other three-eyed gods, and we'll take the totem pillar." The Emperor God's voice was heard. Then, he, together with the most powerful paragons of the Heavenly Demon Tribe and the Heavenly Corpse Sect, charged forward as if they had met their match. Sword chi and saber light shot up into the sky in the capital. And NBSP, the Bloodblade continent was doing the same. The strongest few charged forward while the others blocked the other three-eyed gods. Chapter 952 Taking Action. It seems that there are still people who are about to break through to the spiritual god realm in Yunwu City. Otherwise, no one can stop the Emperor God and the others. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he smiled. The other party was competing with the strong, which gave him a chance. Lu Ming turned into a shadow and rushed toward the capital. Firstly, he came from the north, along the route that the three parties from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had taken. And NBSP, there were almost no obstructions along the way, and the three-eyed god race had all been drawn to the center. On the way, he saw many corpses of three-eyed gods. Swallow. Lu Ming controlled his 9-dragon bloodline and started devouring it crazily. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to devour those of a lower level. He only devoured the corpses of three-eyed god race beings of the 7th level spirit embryo realm and above. One by one, the corpses of the three-eyed god race turned into dried corpses. Along the way, he had devoured over 37th level spirit embryo realm, a dozen 8th level spirit embryo realm, 5 to 6 9th level spirit embryo realm, and even a three-eyed god corpse with a perfected spirit embryo. His blood essence and energy were extremely rich. The two sides are still fighting anyway. Let's find a place to refine it. Lu Ming rushed into a small room and entered the mountain and river diagram. He focused all his energy on refining the energy that he had devoured. Roar! Not long after, the 9 dragons let out a long roar. On top of the 5 golden chakra, there was one more chakra. Divine level rank 6 bloodline. The 9-dragon bloodline had finally advanced by 1 level, reaching divine level rank 6. With the advancement of the 9-dragon bloodline, the speed of refining energy had increased by several times. Boom! 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 Within his body, his true essence rumbled and was incomparably majestic. His spirit embryo was constantly being condensed and slowly shrinking. It was as if a powerful existence was being nurtured within the spirit embryo. An hour later, all the energy in his body had been refined clean. Peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Previously, his cultivation had been at the early stage of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm, Lu Ming was slightly surprised that he had not broken through to the 8th level spirit embryo realm after devouring so many powerful three-eyed gods. On the other hand, his intent realm had some breakthroughs. Outside the mountain and river diagram, there was still a constant roar. It seemed that the battle was still going on. It's been more than an hour and they're still fighting. It seems that the Emperor God and the others have met a strong opponent. I'll go and take a look. Lu Ming carefully left the room and rushed to the center of the capital. His speed was extremely fast, and he kept his aura hidden. He kept flashing in the dark, and almost no one noticed him. In the center of the capital, there was a huge square. In the middle of the square, there was a stone pillar with various carvings on it. It was a totem pillar. And around the square, there was an intense battle. A vast aura filled the air. 2 of the three-eyed gods were extremely burly. They were more than 10 meters tall, and the aura they emitted was almost at the spiritual god realm. The Emperor God and 2 other powerful young men teamed up to fight against a three-eyed god. A few powerful youths from the Bloodblade continent also joined forces to fight against a flashing-eyed god race. Even further out, countless three-eyed gods were attacking the other chosen. The totem pole was right in front of him, but he couldn't seize it. This is my chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The bone armor on his body transformed into another form. He took a step forward and suddenly rushed forward. Kill! One of the three-eyed gods noticed him and swung his axe at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and the three-eyed god was killed. When the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Heavenly Demon Valley saw Lu Ming, they thought that he was a genius on their side and naturally did not stop him. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming killed a few three-eyed celestials in a row and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His body flashed rapidly like a ray of light. He passed through many battlefields and approached the battlefield where the Emperor God and the others were fighting. He did not stop and continued to rush towards the central totem pole. Ants, you're looking for death. The three-eyed god who was fighting with Di Shen and the others was extremely powerful. The third eye on his glabella shot out a beam of light that pierced through Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked and he dodged several times, retreating 100 meters to avoid the attack. What? The Emperor God and the others also looked at Lu Ming. They frowned. Lu Ming's appearance was very unfamiliar and his aura was completely concealed. Which force did he belong to? He actually wanted to take the totem pole for himself. You want to take the totem pillar? Wishful thinking. And NBSP, scram. The tall and sturdy three-eyed god roared, but as he did so, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There seemed to be an invisible energy pressing down on him. In this world, the three-eyed god race can't break through to the spirit god realm. He forcefully broke through to the spirit god realm and is being suppressed by the laws of the heaven and earth. He's on the verge of death. The Emperor God let out a long roar and fought with all his might. These two three-eyed gods had forcefully entered the spiritual god realm and were suppressed by the laws, so they couldn't use their strength at all. Otherwise, no matter how talented the Emperor God and the others were, they wouldn't be a match for a spiritual god expert. They wouldn't even be able to block it. The difference between a spirit embryo and a spirit god was too great. It was difficult to surpass because people in the spirit god realm were overwhelming prodigies to begin with. I can only use the inscription scroll. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and the inscription talisman that Huanzhen had given him appeared in his hand. As soon as he opened it, his mental energy spread out. Buzz! The inscription scroll glowed and Lu Ming's body was suddenly covered in an array. Then, his body trembled and split into Tulivir Lu Ming's. There were a total of 13 Lu Ming. Of course, once he used this inscription talisman scroll, he would return to his original appearance. However, the 13 Lu Mings had the exact same appearance and body shape. Even their auras were the same. This is a good opportunity. Charge! Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a single thought, the 13 figures split up and dashed towards the totem pole at top speed. The three-eyed god race was stunned, so was the god emperor. Lu Ming, it's him. The Emperor God shouted coldly. He had recognized Lu Ming. Damn it! The three-eyed god bellowed in rage. A beam of light shot out from his glabella, aiming at one of the Lu Mings. Lu Ming's figure flickered non-stop as he dodged the beams. The three-eyed god's eyes continued to shoot out beams of light, and finally, after much difficulty, they managed to hit him. That Lu Ming crumbled, but the other Tulivir continued to charge forward. Don't even think about it. The Emperor God and the others also took action, not wanting Lu Ming to take the totem pole. On the other side, the Bloodblade continent and the three-eyed god who was fighting against them also moved to stop Lu Ming. The people of the Bloodblade continent did not want Lu Ming to obtain the totem pole. However, they did not know which one was Lu Ming's real body and could only attack randomly. The remaining Tulivir Lu Ming's figures flickered continuously, avoiding the attacks and approaching the totem pole. Bang! Bang! With so many experts blocking Lu Ming, it was naturally impossible for him to avoid all of them. He was hit continuously and his body collapsed one after another. However, in the end, there were still two bodies that managed to reach the totem pole. Ah, damn it, no! The young man from the Bloodblade continent shouted madly. The eyes of the Divine Emperor and the others glowed. They were not too excited. No matter what, Lu Ming was from the East Baron. If he seized the totem pole, he could help the East Baron to open the ancient city of Providence. As for the fate value, he could just snatch it from the ancient city of Providence. When they thought of this, they didn't make a move. The appearance of the ancient city of Providence. Rise! The two figures of Lu Ming hugged the totem pole at the same time and roared. With a loud boom, the totem pole was pulled out by Lu Ming. The moment he did so, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Lu Ming. The attacks from all directions were blocked by the light beam. At this moment, the three-eyed god race, the Divine Emperor, and the others did not attack Lu Ming. No! The paragons of the Bloodblade continent let out indignant roars and attacked Lu Ming frantically. Unfortunately, no matter how they attacked, they were blocked by the light. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh. At this moment, pillars of light descended from the sky and enveloped the youths of the Bloodblade continent. Then, as they roared unwillingly, the geniuses of the Bloodblade continent all disappeared on the spot with a flash. It was obvious that they had failed and were teleported out. Boom! At this moment, the totem pole in Lu Ming's hands trembled violently. It flickered with light and then flew into the sky. Then, Lu Ming realized that another totem pole in his storage ring had flown out of the storage ring by itself and into the sky. Totem pillars also flew out of the Emperor God's and the others' storage rings. The most shocking one was the Emperor God. 2 of them flew out of his storage ring at the same time. A few million miles away from the capital, a fatty was carrying a huge axe. Beside him was a beautiful woman. The 2 of them were casually walking in the sky. They were Fatty Kong Jin and Ruan Tingting. Suddenly, the fatty's face changed. A totem pillar flew out of his storage ring. The totem pillar glowed and pierced through the space, flying into the distance. The next moment, Fatty reacted and let out a shrill cry, "Ah, my totem pole." The totem pillar that he had obtained with great difficulty had actually flown away by itself. He immediately flew in the direction of the totem pillar. Boom! 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 The sky above the imperial city trembled as the totem pillars started to gather. Soon, all 10 of them had gathered together and formed a strange array in the sky. At this moment, the battle in the capital stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky. Boom! The totem pillars gathered together, and a bright light shot up into the sky. The space was torn apart by the light, and a huge hole appeared. From the inside, a huge ancient city could be seen. In the eastern wilderness, the higher-ups of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Talisman Amulet Sect had all gathered at their respective ancient teleportation portals, which were the entrances to the Battle of Providence. The Talisman Amulet Sect, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other senior members, as well as some powerful elders, were all gathered in the area near the ancient stone. The 1-year deadline is about to arrive. I wonder if the ancient city of Providence will be able to open this time. Du Songjue sighed. It wasn't easy to open the ancient city of Providence, and most of the battles for Providence in the past hadn't even been able to open it. The number of times it could be opened was in the minority. I hope it can be opened. However, once it's opened, my Talisman Amulet Sect's disciples will be in danger. Bai Shijin sighed. The other elders also sighed. They were conflicted. After the opening of the ancient city of Providence, it would be the final battle. This was an opportunity for the Talisman Sect disciples, but it was also very dangerous. Without strength, they would only be killed by others. At the same time, they thought of Lu Ming. They wanted Lu Ming to be the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, but they knew that it was too difficult. Most importantly, Lu Ming had too little time. Before the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength could only compete with those at the bottom of the 100. However, the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all more powerful than the last. It would be too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up with them in a year. After all, he would improve, and so would the other geniuses. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the stone began to shake and emit a bright light. It's activated. The teleportation formation has been activated, which means that the ancient city of Providence has been activated. Bai Shijin and the others were overjoyed. Let's go. We'll enter the ancient city of Providence. Du Songjue shouted. Everyone stepped forward and entered the teleportation array. At the same time, in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley, there was also an ancient stone that was glowing. The higher-ups of the 3 parties stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. In the eastern barren land, above a barren mountain, a shocking roar suddenly came from the endless void. Wind and clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Suddenly, the endless void cracked, and a huge spatial crack appeared. Then, an ancient city emerged from it. This ancient city was more than 10,000 miles in length and width. In the middle of the city, there was a huge fighting stage. The fighting stage was made of a strange metal with strange patterns on it. Around the fighting ring, there were rows of seats in the shape of a ring. It was like a coliseum. Sitting on the seats, one could look down and see everything happening in the fighting ring. There was no grandstand on the north side of the battle stage. Instead, there was a long flight of stairs that extended from the bottom to the battle stage. Suddenly, four black vortexes appeared in the sky above the stands, from which many figures emerged. In one of the vortexes, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other patriarchs of the symbol puppet sect appeared. On the right side of the talisman amulet sect, silhouettes filled with corpse chi and ghostly chi appeared. They were the higher-ups of the heavenly corpse sect, all of whom were extremely powerful. In particular, there was a tall figure among them. He was shrouded in endless corpse chi, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. His aura was not strong, but it gave people a huge pressure. The corpse emperor of the sky corpse sect. Upon seeing this figure, Bai Shijin and the others' pupils contracted and they became extremely solemn. The sky corpse sect's corpse emperor was a sovereign path expert, on par with martial emperor De. They were renowned throughout the eastern barren territory. This time, even the corpse emperor had appeared, which showed how important this battle of providence was. Fortunately, the ancient city of Kismet was similar to the entrance to the Battle of Kismet. There was a powerful suppression, and the older one was, the stronger the suppression. Even Imperial Dao experts would be greatly suppressed here, and they wouldn't be able to display much of their battle prowess. That was why they weren't too worried. If they were outside, the zombie emperor could kill them all by himself. On the right side of the heavenly corpse sect, another group of people also appeared. They were from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans were all here. There were also a few other people who exuded a similarly imposing aura. Clearly, they were characters on the same level as the clan heads of the 6 great clans. The supremes of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were not limited to the clan heads of the 6 great ancient clans. However, the gazes of Bai Shijin and the others directly skipped over them and landed on a middle-aged man in a purple and gold robe. Martial Emperor De. Bai Shijin and the others were shocked. Martial Emperor De had come in person. Martial Emperor, Demon Emperor, and Corpse Emperor. Martial Emperor De was famous in the East Baron. He founded the Detian Divine Palace and made it the biggest human force in the East Baron. He was so famous and powerful that some people called him the #1 emperor in the East Baron. Even the Corpse Emperor was weaker. Moreover, Bai Shijin and the others knew that it was De who had secretly killed Lien Song. They hated and feared Martial Emperor De. When Martial Emperor De appeared, he looked directly at the talisman sect like 2 extremely sharp divine swords. Although Martial Emperor De was completely suppressed here, it still gave people a lot of pressure. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the others all changed their expressions as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. Only one person looked calm as he stared at Martial Emperor De. Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu and the Talisman Amulet sect had also entered this place. Yan Kuangtu's eyebrows flashed, and the 9 Suns Supreme Master walked out. After a year, the soul of the 9 Suns Supreme had become many times more solid than it was a year ago. It was almost solid, and its soul power was strong and stable. He also looked at Martial Emperor De. A bright light burst out of Martial Emperor De's eyes, and a strong killing intent filled the air. Although he did not speak, he had made it clear. Do you think that hiding in the Talisman Amulet sect will be of any use? The patriarch of the Wang clan looked at Yan Kuangtu and the others with cold eyes. Your Talisman Amulet sect will also be destroyed sooner or later. I wonder how many people from the Talisman Amulet sect will be able to make it to the ancient city of Providence in this battle of Providence. I hope they don't all die. The master of the Jiang family said coldly. Don't worry, the disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect will naturally have their own opportunities. Bai Shijin said in a deep voice. It's useless to be stubborn. Soon, you'll see the reality. The patriarch of the Wang clan said coldly. This time, Bai Shijin and the others didn't reply. There was no point in saying more. I don't know what you're thinking. You have two such powerful disciples. You don't even want your grand disciple, which makes me very jealous. At this time, a voice came from another direction. It was a woman's voice, but it was full of charm. It made people's hearts beat faster and their hearts tremble. Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. Demonic chi filled the air. The demons of the Sky Demon Valley had arrived. One of the women was about 30 years old. She was wearing a thin veil that revealed her devilish figure. Her appearance was enough to turn all living beings upside down. Any man who saw her would feel their heart skip a beat. Her every move, every frown, and every smile was filled with endless temptation. Demon Emperor. Central's heart trembled. The Demon Emperor of the Sky Demon Valley was said to be a nine-tailed fox, a pure-blooded nine-tailed fox. A pure-blood nine-tailed fox was a divine beast. Even though a nine-tailed fox was not particularly strong among divine beasts, it was still extremely terrifying. Today, the three supreme existences of the East Continent, the Martial Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor, had all arrived. This was a rare occasion that only happened once in 1,000 years. In the eastern wastelands, the number of emperors could be counted with a finger. Each one of them was a supreme existence. Without a doubt, Di's Martial Emperor, Demon Emperor, and Corpse Emperor were the strongest among the emperors. Although the demonic Sky Sovereign was also a sovereign, he was weaker than the three of them. Back then, the demonic Sky Sovereign had only stopped the avatar of Martial Emperor Dai. Now, it was obvious that the real body of Martial Emperor Dai had returned from the sea. In comparison, the Talisman Amulet sect was too weak. They're just a pair of unfilial disciples. The Demon Emperor must be laughing at us. Martial Emperor De said coldly. Is he really a traitorous disciple? Why didn't the rumors I heard say this? De, you have seized the bloodline of the 9 sons and the blood essence of the 9 dragons. What do you want? I'm very curious. The Demon Emperor said with a smile. This smile made many people's hearts beat faster. In their shock, they quickly looked away, not daring to look at the Demon Emperor. This was also because everyone present had profound cultivation and had cultivated for many years. Even the weakest of them was a spiritual God Realm Master. If those young people saw this, they would probably lose their minds and be unable to extricate themselves. Martial Emperor De's eyes flashed, but he didn't answer. The Demon Emperor looked at De and smiled. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on the stairs. Within the three-eyed god race's capital, everyone was looking up at the sky, at the massive object that had just appeared. That's the ancient city of Providence. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz! Suddenly, beams of light appeared from the ancient city of Providence and landed on every young genius who was participating in the Battle of Providence. At this moment, no matter where they were, no matter which ruins they were in, or which forbidden area they were in, as long as they were not dead, a beam of light would descend from the sky and envelop them. Then, the space trembled and the figure disappeared. In the capital, those heaven's favorites disappeared one by one. It was the same for Lu Ming. The light pillar shook and his figure disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself on a huge platform. Lights were flashing all around him and figures kept appearing. Lu Ming saw Di Shen and the other elites of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, the Heavenly Demon Valley, and the Talisman Amulet Sect. Huan Zhen, Wen Qixue, Bai Qixue and the rest were all there. They smiled and walked over when they saw Lu Ming. The geniuses of the four overlord forces all gathered according to their forces. Lu Ming, are you alright? Huan Zhen walked over and said. It's fine. This time, I really have to thank you for the inscription talisman scroll. Lu Ming smiled at Huan Zhen. Without Huan Zhen's inscription scroll, Lu Ming might not be able to snatch the last totem pole even if he used all his strength. If he were to use his full strength, the others would definitely try to stop him. How would he be able to snatch the totem pillar? With the help of the inscription scroll, he was able to take the totem pole by surprise. Oh! Huan Zhen's eyes lit up. Did Lu Ming succeed? Lu Ming. Lu Ming. When Qini, Bai Qixue, and the rest came over to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and responded to them one by one. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. With a loud laugh, Fatty carried his axe and walked over. Ruan Tingting and Fatty walked side by side. Fatty, Tingting. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since the beginning of the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming had not met Fatty and Ruan Tingting. To be honest, he was quite worried that something would happen to the two of them. Now that he saw them, he was naturally happy. Lu Ming, Tingting was worried that something would happen to you. I knew it. What can those pieces of trash do to you? The fatty grinned and looked at the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley in disdain. Before the Battle of Providence, the two forces had wanted to kill Lu Ming without mercy. Upon hearing the fatty's words, the few forces immediately cast cold killing intent at Lu Ming. Chapter 955 Dragon Fate. This was especially so for the supreme talents like the Divine Emperor. They had seen Lu Ming catch them off guard in the capital and seize the last totem pole. He's relying on treasures to catch me off guard. He'd better not touch me in the fight for fate later. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill him. Luo Tian said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. That's right, I'll kill him too. Another person coldly spoke. The Emperor God didn't say anything, but his eyes were cold. The battle for Providence had not ended yet. There was still a second stage, the battle for Providence. He might not be able to keep the luck he had seized before. Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered with the gazes of these people. Let's go up the stairs and head to the fighting ring. Someone said and stepped forward. In front of this platform, there was a huge flight of stairs that led upwards. Some people had already started to step forward. Then, all the forces stepped forward. In fact, even if the few major forces were added together, they did not have many people. The Talisman Amulet sect had over 1,000 people who had participated in the Battle of Providence, but now, there were less than 400 left. Back then, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had close to 10,000 people who had participated in the Battle of Providence, including the Death Warriors. Now, they only had 2,000 plus people. It could be said that they had suffered heavy casualties. The Heavenly Corpse sect only had less than 2,000. The Sky Demon Valley was slightly better off, with nearly 2,000 people. Of course, the rest of them had more or less obtained some opportunities. Some of them had even obtained great opportunities. As long as they survived, their future prospects were limitless. Everyone went up the stairs, but Lu Ming immediately saw a strange phenomenon. For example, the remaining suicide soldiers of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace could climb the stairs very quickly. Their bodies were light and agile. As for those famous geniuses, their speed was much slower. It was as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Each step was extremely difficult. It's said that the higher one's luck value is, the greater the pressure one will face when walking up the stairs. It will be more difficult to walk. On the side, Huan Zhen said. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. No wonder. Those men of sacrifice were in charge of exploring some dangerous places. Any treasures would naturally belong to the elites. These men of sacrifice did not have much fate value, so they were naturally light and fast. On the stairs and around the fighting ring, the higher-ups of the four forces were staring at the stairs without blinking. Someone's coming up. Someone suddenly shouted, and many people's eyes lit up. A young man in a blood-red robe with dull eyes walked up the stairs and stepped into the battle stage. He was a death warrior of the Heavenly Corpse sect. When he stepped onto the fighting ring, a book of destiny appeared in front of him. The book of destiny turned into a small worm and appeared above the young man's head. However, the next moment, the small worm crumbled, and a beam of light suddenly appeared above the young man's head. With a flash, the young man was teleported away and appeared on a seat in the Heavenly Corpse sect's area. No one was surprised. In the first phase of the Battle of Providence, the map would change every time. However, in the second phase, the map of the ancient city of Providence would change every time. This Heavenly Corpse sect's Deathsworn obviously did not have enough luck value and had been eliminated in advance. To qualify for the next round of the Battle for Providence, one had to obtain a certain amount of Providence value. If one's Providence value did not meet the standard, all the previously obtained Providence value would disappear and be wasted. One would be sent to the stands and eliminated in advance. This was the same for every Battle of Providence. Following that, more and more people came up. However, the ones who had come up were all people with very low fate. The Book of Destiny turned into a bug and then collapsed, being teleported away. The number of people in the stands slowly increased. In the beginning, most of them were death warriors, followed by some young geniuses and Heaven's Pride experts. Someone's Book of Destiny condensed a small snake that was many times larger than the small worm from before. However, it still collapsed and was eliminated early. Thousands of people were eliminated. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. The Book of Destiny of a young man in green collapsed and turned into a giant python. The giant python roared in a majestic manner. It was much stronger than the small insects and snakes from before. Moreover, the giant python didn't collapse. It was still hovering above his head. He wasn't teleported to the stands, but remained on the fighting ring. Serpents of Fate. Only those with more than 3,000 points of fate can turn into serpents. Only then can they retain their fate and enter the battle for fate. An old man in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace spoke. The young man was ecstatic. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this young man. He was Qin Qing Shan, who was ranked 999th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He barely qualified for the next round. The next young men were all able to transform their fate into pythons. The giant python spiraled above the heads of these young men, which was quite spectacular. In the end, more than 1,000 people were able to transform into pythons. Roar! Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the entire area, attracting everyone's attention. A 3-meter-long flood dragon appeared above the head of a young man. It was more majestic and powerful than the pythons. Fate turning into a flood dragon. Only when one's luck value reached 10,000 or more could one's luck transform into a flood dragon. Luck value, 3,000 to 10,000. Luck transformed into a python. From 10,000 to 100,000 points of luck, one's luck would transform into a flood dragon. When one's luck value reached more than 100,000, one could transform their luck into a dragon. The length of the dragon would be different depending on the amount of luck. Starting from this young man, the stage of the fate turning into a flood dragon had begun. Talisman Amulet Sect, I didn't expect you to still have many disciples alive. The Wang clan's patriarch looked towards the Talisman sect and mocked. Now, there were already quite a number of Talisman sect disciples who had appeared. Bai Shujin and the others were slightly more at ease. I've said it before. The disciples of my Talisman Amulet sect have their own opportunities. How can they die so easily? It seems that quite a few of you are missing. Bai Shujin sneered. Hee, the main thing is to see how many of your so-called peerless geniuses from the Talisman Amulet sect can stay. The patriarch of the Wang clan sneered. Those who were able to turn into a dragon were definitely the cream of the crop. That was because the young man who had turned into a dragon was a god-tier genius. The heavens favorites who came up later were the core of the sections. Heavens, why is it so heavy? At this moment, Lu Ming had also stepped onto the stairs. However, he felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. It was difficult for him to move. He had to use a lot of strength to take one step. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and climbed up with great difficulty. On the stairs, Lu Ming saw Di Shen, Shuejiani of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and a burly young man of the Sky Demon Valley. They were also walking very slowly, their bodies trembling slightly. The fatty was also very slow, but relatively speaking, he was much faster than Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, why are you so slow? I've finally surpassed you. The fat man grinned happily. His fat trembled as he walked forward step by step, in front of Di Shen and the others. There was also one person who was slow, and that was Bai Qixue. However, she was a bit faster than the fatty. Huan Zhen was also behind Bai Qixue. Wan Tingting, on the other hand, was a little faster and was about to reach the top of the stairs. True Dragon's Length. Slowly, the number of people on the stairs decreased. The higher-ups of the major forces around the fighting ring were still staring at the stairs. At this time, there were nearly 300 people who could transform their luck into a dragon on the fighting ring. The 300 flood dragons were of different lengths. The shortest one was 10 feet long, and the longest one was 99 feet. At this moment, the faces of Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were getting uglier and uglier. This was because only a few of the 13 Zongzis had come up. The Wang clan master's expression was similarly ugly. He didn't see Wang Chong and Wang Chen. These people should have appeared in the group of people who had the fate of transforming into a flood dragon. It's impossible for so many people to have their luck transform into a dragon, right? In history, there were very few people who could transform their fate into a dragon, and they were all monsters among monsters. Qi Shui, Lu Ming. Bai Shijin's heart was in his mouth. Lu Ming and Bai Qixue did not show up. Lu Ming might be able to break through to the Fate Dragon transformation, but Qi Shui. Bai Shijin felt sad. He understood that with Bai Qixue's cultivation, it was almost impossible for her to get such a high luck value, unless she had a heaven-defying opportunity. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the surroundings and interrupted Bai Shijin's thoughts. Bai Shijin hurriedly looked over and was immediately overjoyed. Bai Qixue, he saw Bai Qixue. At this moment, a real dragon with 5 claws flew out from the top of Bai Qixue's head. It was about 30 meters long and was as big as all the other pythons and flood dragons. The fate had transformed into a dragon. Bai Qixue's luck had turned into a dragon, which was completely out of Bai Shijin's expectation. The other patriarchs of the Talisman sect were also overjoyed. Obviously, Bai Qixue had a great opportunity. Without cultivation, what's the point of obtaining so much fate value? You'll still have to spit it out later. Seeing that the 2 top-notch heavens favorites of the Wang family didn't come out, the master of the Wang family was in a bad mood and sneered. The faces of Bai Shijin and the others changed. Well, there would be a fight later. Bai Qixue had a lot of luck but not a strong cultivation, so he would definitely be targeted by many people. Sure enough, all the heavens favorites around the fighting stage were staring at Bai Qixue with hostility. When they found out that Bai Qixue's cultivation was indeed not high, their eyes became even more heated. Roar! At this moment, another paragon stepped forward. A true dragon also appeared above his head, and his luck transformed into a dragon. It's Nangong Bo. Someone shouted. Ha, Bo, is not bad. The head of the Nangong family revealed a smile. Nangong Bo was ranked 32nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, so the crowd was not too surprised. Nangong Bo's true dragon was about the same length as Bai Qixue's, about 100 feet long. Following that, those who ascended the stairs were all existences whose luck had transformed into a dragon. Moreover, most of them were ranked above Nangong Bo on the list of top 1,000 talents. Of course, there were also special ones. There were also those who were ranked behind Nangong Bo, but there were very few. There were even some who didn't make it onto the list of top 1,000 talents and were new talents. For example, the Corpse King of the Heavenly Corpse sect. There were also the elites of the Sky Demon Valley. Those who could transform their fate into a dragon were all monstrous geniuses among monstrous geniuses and were extremely powerful. People like Bai Qixue, who had accumulated luck points through great opportunities, were rare. Ru Kong. Not long after, Bai Shijing, Du Songjue and the rest were overjoyed to see another paragon of the Talisman Amulet sect turn into a dragon. Ru Kong was second only to Huan Zhen in the Talisman Amulet sect. The true dragon above his head was 15 feet long. 10,000 was 10 feet, which meant Ru Kong had obtained about 150,000 luck points. As for Wen Zhongli and the others, they had only been lucky enough to transform into a flood dragon. It seems like Guan Tao, Lu Song, and the others have all fallen. Bai Shijing, Du Songjue, and the others sighed. Ru Kong had appeared. Now, there was also Huan Zhen and of course, Lu Ming. However, could Lu Ming's destiny really transform into a dragon? He still hadn't appeared. Everyone was worried. On the other hand, Yan Kuangtu and Nine Sons Supreme were very calm. As for the three sovereigns, they didn't say a word and just watched quietly. Especially the Demon Emperor, who was covered in a layer of colorful light. Otherwise, with her seductiveness that could turn all living beings upside down, many young people would probably be possessed by the devil with just a glance. Bang! Another young man stepped onto the fighting ring with heavy steps. Demonic Lord Luo Tian. Someone exclaimed. Finally, the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents had appeared. The moment Luo Tian appeared, the Book of Destiny transformed into a true dragon that was 160 feet long. Following that, a few more people entered the arena. They were all in the top 10 of the list of top 1,000 talents. One of them was even a newly risen heaven's favorite. It was shocking. Each of them had fate dragons that were above Luo Tian, and one of them even reached 200 feet long. Bang! An extremely fat figure stepped into the fighting ring. It's him. Many people were shocked. Most of the people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace knew this fatty. He was the disciple of the demonic Sky Sovereign and was on very good terms with Lu Ming. Roar! A 250-foot-long true dragon appeared above Fatty's head, suppressing the true dragons of Luo Tian and the others. This made many people extremely surprised. This fatty had actually accumulated so much fate value. However, some people felt better after thinking that the fatty was the disciple of an emperor. How many people in the East Continent could be accepted as a disciple by an emperor? It was normal for him to be a little special. After the fatty, the people who came up were all above 250 feet. Bang! A young man with purple flames all over his body stepped onto the fighting ring. Wang Fenchen. The patriarch of the Wang clan's eyes lit up when he saw the young man. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man. Wang Fenchen from the Wang family was ranked 5th on the list of top 1,000 talents and the only one from the Wang family who was in the top 10. It was extremely powerful. The true dragon above Wang Fenchen's head was a full 300 feet long. A refined young man immediately followed Wang Fenchen onto the fighting ring. Above his head was a true dragon that was 310 feet long. He was 3 meters longer than Wang Fenchen. Dongfang Yu. A name appeared in everyone's mind. He was the peerless heaven's favorite of the ancient Dongfang family, ranked 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Then, a beautiful woman appeared. She was a demon race prodigy and her dragon of fate was even longer than Dongfang Yu's. Bang! Bang! More and more people entered, and some recognized them as the chosen of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Buzz! A blood-red sword chi was released as a young man in a blood-red robe stepped into the fighting ring. The fate dragon on his body had reached a shocking 400 feet. Blood Sword 1, the number 1 disciple of the younger generation in the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the number 2 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even Shuejiani has appeared. I think only the Emperor God and AO2 of the Heavenly Demon Valley are left. That's right. AO2 from the Heavenly Demon Valley is a rare heaven's favorite among the Flood Dragons. He can compete with the Emperor Gods. I wonder who will get more luck this time. I think it's an Emperor God. Although AO2 is strong, he's still a little weaker than an Emperor God. Look, someone's coming up. The surrounding people discussed as they stared at the stairs. 800 feet Fate Energy True Dragon. A muscular young man over 2 meters tall stepped into the fighting ring. The battle stage rumbled. A true dragon formed above his head and roared. 460 feet. This person was none other than AO2 from the Sky Demon Valley. His fate dragon was 460 feet long, which was 60 feet longer than Blood Sword 1. It was extremely shocking. However, since he had come earlier, everyone already knew that the Emperor God might have obtained more fate value. After AO2 came up, he turned around and looked at the stairs. A divine light flickered in his eyes. Bang! Bang! There was a rumbling sound coming from the stairs. Soon, a handsome face was revealed. It was the Emperor God. The Emperor God's slow steps seemed to be extremely heavy. Bang! Finally, he took a step forward, and a true dragon formed above his head. 560 feet, 560 feet long. God, no wonder the Emperor God is ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's a 250-meter-long dragon of fate. He's ranked first. That's right. It's 150 meters long at the start. There's a chance it'll be 1,000 meters long when the battle for karmic luck begins. Cries of alarm came from the surroundings. Ha! Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Emperor God really has the demeanor of His Majesty when he was young. Perhaps another martial royal realm expert will be born in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace during the holidays. Congratulations. The Master of the Wang family congratulated Martial Emperor De. That's right. Brother Wang is right. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Master of the Jiang family and the others also congratulated him. Lu Ming, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others exclaimed in a low voice. Their eyes were filled with grief. Even the Emperor God had appeared. There should be no one else behind him. Could it be that Lu Ming had already died? At this moment, even Yan Kuangtu and the Nine Sons Supreme Master were swayed, and their eyes dimmed. Lu Ming was still too weak compared to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be that this was the end? However, they did not notice that the Divine Emperor, AO2, and Xue Jianyi were still looking in the direction of the stairs. The sovereigns also stared at the stairs without blinking, as if they could sense something. At this time, the others also noticed something strange and looked at the stairs. Could there be someone else? How was that possible? The Divine Emperor, AO2, and Xue Jianyi had all appeared. Could it be that there were still people who had not come up? Impossible. Who could obtain more fate value than the Emperor God? Unless someone had deliberately stayed at the top of the stairs and waited until the end to attract attention. In history, there had been people like that. However, everyone couldn't help but be curious as they stared at it. Bang! A slight vibration could be heard. There was really someone there. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others lit up. If there were still people, it meant that there was still hope. Bang! Bang! The sound of vibration kept coming. It was very soft at first, but slowly, it became louder and clearer. In the end, it was as if there was an earthquake, and there was a violent roar. Each explosion was like a mountain crashing into the ground. Finally, a handsome face appeared in everyone's sight. It's Lu Ming. The eyes of Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and the others suddenly lit up, emitting a bright light. Lu Ming, it's him. It's him. He's the last one. How is this possible? I guess he's just pretending to be the last one. He didn't get much fate value, so it's impossible for him to get more than the Emperor God. That's for sure. It's already not bad that he can transform his fate into a dragon. A wave of discussion spread out in the surroundings. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was trembling and he was panting heavily. Nest, why is it so heavy? This is too heavy. Lu Ming kept cursing in his heart. He felt that he was carrying hundreds of mountains on his back while climbing the stairs. He was exhausted. He was envious of others who were as light as swallows. Bang! Finally, he took a step into the fighting ring and the entire fighting ring rumbled violently. When Lu Ming stepped into the fighting ring, all the pressure on him disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the Book of Destiny appeared and crumbled. A dragon of destiny appeared above Lu Ming's head. Roar! A dragon's roar rumbled as a mighty true dragon spiraled up in the air. More importantly, this true dragon was 800 feet long. Yes, 800 feet. The scene was silent. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the young man on the fighting ring and the true dragon that was 800 feet long. 800 feet, how was this possible? How could Lu Ming have such terrifying luck? Even Yan Kuangtu, Nine Sons Supreme, Bai Shijin, and the supreme martial artists of the other major forces were stunned. 800 feet. How is that possible? Lu Ming, this little bastard, how could he have such a high amount of luck? How is this possible? The patriarch of the Wang clan was the first to cry out in disbelief. He was a supreme martial artist of his generation. He had always been calm and composed. No matter what major event he faced, his expression would not change. However, this matter was simply too shocking. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Could it be that he's already become so powerful in the battle of karmic luck? The amount of fate energy I obtained is 800 feet. The master of the Jiang family was also shocked. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, good job. I knew that this kid could do it. Yan Kuangtu laughed after being stunned for a while. The eyes of the Nine Sons Paragon also lit up with joy. As for Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other higher-ups of the Talisman Amulet sect, they were even more surprised. This was beyond their expectations. Although they had offered Lu Ming the first place in the Battle of Providence, they knew very well that the offer was too high. They had deliberately raised the offer to put pressure on Lu Ming. In their hearts, it was fine as long as Lu Ming could get into the top 10. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really come in first. Even though there was still a battle for Providence later. At this moment, Lu Ming had become the focus of the audience. Everyone's eyes were on him. Roar! Above his head, the 800-foot true dragon of fate roared and looked down at the other dragons of fate, flood dragons of fate, and giant pythons. Even the Emperor God's true dragon of fortune was much shorter than Lu Ming's. We only managed to attract the enemy's experts in the end, and then attacked them with a treasure. That's all. All this luck will eventually belong to me. I'll make you spit it all out. The Emperor God said coldly. That's right. You're a guy who hides in the dark and takes advantage of others. You only rely on treasures to catch them off guard. If you rely on your real abilities, can you obtain so many luck points? Demonic Lord Luo Tian also sneered and spoke with disdain. They all thought that Lu Ming had so many luck points because he had obtained the totem pole in the end. The last totem pillar was the last one and the most crucial one. They believed that the last totem pillar would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of fate value. 8 battlefields. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that although the last totem pillar had a lot of luck, it wasn't too much. The last totem pillar gave him about 200,000 points of luck, which was the same as the one on the Sky Poison Island. The reason he had around 800,000 fate points was because he had killed more than a dozen of the Bloodblade continent's heaven's favorites. Among the geniuses of the Bloodblade continent, there were 2 who were equivalent to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Each of them contributed more than 100,000 fate points. In addition to the others and the previous ones, Lu Ming had 800,000 fate points. However, Di Shen, Luo Tian, Wang Fenchen, and the others did not know that. They believed that the last totem pillar would definitely reward Lu Ming with a huge amount of luck value, which was why Lu Ming had such a huge amount of luck value. The others in the surroundings came to a sudden realization. I see. I was wondering how Lu Ming, this little bastard, could have obtained so much luck. It turns out that he took advantage of the situation and used despicable means to obtain it. The patriarch of the Wang clan sneered. What's the use of getting it like this? He won't be able to hold on to it in the battle of karmic luck. Countless people will be watching him, and his karmic luck will still be stolen. The patriarch of the Jiang family sneered. As expected, many pairs of eyes on the fighting ring were staring at Lu Ming with a burning desire. The top 10, 20, and even 30 on the list of top 1,000 talents, as well as the newly risen talents and the talents of the heavenly Demon Valley, were all looking at Lu Ming with burning eyes. It was as if Lu Ming was a big piece of fat meat that everyone could not wait to take a bite of. 800,000 points of luck. As long as he defeated or even killed Lu Ming, how many points of luck would he get? Their hearts were beating fast. The Divine Emperor, AO2, and the others also had a lot of luck, but none of them dared to have any ideas. Wasn't it courting death to have designs on the Emperor God and the others? However, Lu Ming had only obtained so much luck value by relying on luck and treasures. If that was not a fat piece of meat, what was it? Only a few of them had serious looks on their faces. For example, Brother Litian and Nangong Bo. They had all fought with Lu Ming before and knew how powerful he was. This was especially true for Nangong Bo. Even he was defeated by Lu Ming. After that, it had been nearly half a year. Lu Ming must have become stronger. This piece of fat meat might not be delicious. However, he did not spread the news that Nangong Bo had lost to Lu Ming back then. Almost no one knew about it. Therefore, only a few people knew about Lu Ming's combat strength, except for those from the Talisman Amulet sect. Many people from the Talisman sect sneered. They had seen Lu Ming's powerful combat strength. He had easily killed a few of the Bloodblade continent's geniuses who were comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming was not a piece of fat meat, but a knife that could kill. She wondered what kind of expressions they would have when they saw Lu Ming's combat ability later on. Many Talisman sect disciples revealed looks of anticipation. However, they still had some worries. Although Lu Ming was strong, he would be in great danger if he were to fight against Di Shen, AO2, and Xue Jianyi. After Lu Ming stepped on it, there was no one else behind him. The people who were qualified to participate in the battle for Providence had also come out. There were about 1,000 people who could turn into pythons. There were about 300 people who had the fate to turn into flood dragons. There were only about 60 people whose fate had transformed into a dragon. The 60 people included the sovereigns of the Sky Demon Valley and the newly rising ones. Therefore, only the top 30 or so on the list of top 1,000 talents could reach this level. Of course, there were exceptions. Some of the lower-ranked ones managed to reach it, while some of the top 30 didn't. Buzz! At this moment, the fighting ring shook slightly and glowed. The battle platform is about to turn into a battlefield. Let's go to the stands first. Someone shouted and flew towards the surrounding stands. The paragons on the fighting ring flashed and flew to the other fighting rings, landing in their respective areas. In an instant, there was not a single person left on the fighting ring. Buzz! The fighting ring glowed, and suddenly 8 bubble-like semicircular light shields emerged, dividing the entire fighting ring into 8 parts. Within the light barrier, mountains and rivers slowly appeared, as if it was evolevering into a world. This was something that everyone was already clear about. In a moment, the fighting ring would be divided into 8 different areas, forming 8 battlefields. All the young men who had the luck of turning into a python or above would be automatically divided into 8 groups and enter 8 battlefields to compete. As long as one defeated their opponent, they would be able to obtain 50% of the opponent's fate. The defeated person would be eliminated and teleported out. In the end, they would be able to retain 50% of their fate. And once they killed their opponent, they would be able to obtain all of the other party's luck. However, the opponent could also admit defeat, but once he admitted defeat, he would lose 90% of his fate, and only 10% could be kept. It could be said that those who were weak were destined to have their luck stolen by those who were stronger. But it wasn't completely without life. The battle for Providence would last for an hour. As long as one could last for an hour, they would be able to keep all of their Providence after the battle for Providence ended. In the end, only the person with the strongest fate energy in each battlefield could advance. In the final 8 battlefields, the 8 people with the strongest fate would fight for the other side's fate. That was why so many people were staring at Lu Ming with burning eyes. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a piece of fat meat. Everyone watched quietly. It would take some time for the battlefield to evolve. At this time, Lu Ming quietly came to Bai Shijin's side. "Senior White, this junior has a matter that I would like to ask for your help with." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bai Shijin. "What is it? Just say it." Bai Shijin also sent a message to Lu Ming. "In the Battle of Providence, I obtained a treasure called the Mountain and River Diagram," the elder said. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bai Shijin. After he finished speaking, the mountain and river painting scroll appeared in his hands and he handed it to Bai Shijin. "There's actually such a wonderful treasure. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it for you. It won't take much time," he said. Bai Shijin took the mountain and river diagram and retreated silently. Then, in a flash, he disappeared into the teleportation vortex and left this place without anyone noticing. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the fighting ring below. Time slowly passed. A few minutes later, the area covered by the 8 light shields was completed, forming 8 worlds. 8 different worlds. There were mountains and forests, deserts, rocks, swamps. Each of the 8 light shields had a diameter of about 10 miles. Therefore, from the outside, the mountains and forests were very small, as if they were mini. However, many people knew that this was a battlefield that spanned 100,000 li. Each battlefield was 100,000 miles wide. Buzz! The light barrier glowed as the battlefield was completed. On the light barrier of each battlefield, a number appeared. They were 1, 2, 3. All the way up to 8, representing 8 battlefields. At that moment, beams of light shot out from the 8 battlefields and landed on the young people who were going to participate in the battle for Providence. Then, a number appeared above everyone's head. Lu Ming is fat meat. A number appeared above everyone's head, representing which battlefield they were going to enter. The number 8 appeared above Lu Ming's head, which meant that Lu Ming was going to enter the 8th battlefield. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he noticed that some of the Talisman Amulet sect disciples also had 8 characters. Bai Qixue was also number 8. Fatty was number 2, Huan Tingting was number 3, and Huan Zhen was number 4. "Ha, Lu Ming, you're actually at number 8 too. And that chick." Suddenly, an excited laugh was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound and realized that it was Luo Tian who was laughing. Number 8 also appeared above his head. He looked at Lu Ming and Bai Qixue with a burning gaze. Other than that, many other talents who had been assigned to number 8 were also looking at Lu Ming and Bai Qixue with burning eyes. Fuck, Luo Tian's luck is unbelievable. He's actually assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming and that chick. These 2 people are clearly fat meat and are giving away their luck. That's right. Luo Tian is so lucky. The point is, there are no experts on the 8th battlefield. Look, the Divine Emperor and the others are not on the 8th battlefield. In the 8th battlefield, only one genius from the Sky Demon Valley can compete with Luo Tian. There are no other strong masters. Luo Tian is so lucky. I'm so envious. All the paragons in the surroundings revealed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lu Ming sneered. He glanced around and realized that Di Shen was assigned number 1, AO2 was number 7, Blood Sword number 1 and 3, Wang Fenshen was number 2. Those who were stronger than Luo Tian were not even on the 8th battlefield. At that moment, Luo Tian was so excited that he wanted to roar at the sky. Luck, he was too lucky. Not only was he assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming, but the more powerful paragons were not assigned to the 8th battlefield. His luck was simply heaven-defying. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold, murderous look and a burning greed. Another genius of the Sky Demon Valley was just as excited as Luo Tian. He was also a peerless genius of the Sky Demon Valley. His reputation was no less than Luo Tian's, and he was also an extremely terrifying existence. At that moment, he was as excited as Luo Tian. Di Shen, Xue Jianyi, and the others snorted coldly and looked regretful that they had missed Lu Ming. In their opinion, Lu Ming's luck was destined to be snatched away. Du Songjue and the rest had solemn expressions. Lu Ming, Qi Xue, the next match will last for an hour. Try to stall for time. If the situation turns bad, admit defeat immediately, understand? You two will definitely be targeted. Du Songjue seriously warned. Senior Du, don't worry. I know what to do. But bye. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Bai Qixue. He saw Bai Qixue staring at him with her eyes wide open. Bye. That, Qi Xue, when we enter the battlefield later, find a place to inscribe a defensive formation with all your strength. I will come to find you. If you can't win, admit defeat as soon as possible. Lu Ming said. You'll come and find me, right? Bai Qixue stared at Lu Ming and asked. That. Yes, I am. Lu Ming was speechless as he touched his nose. Hee, then I'll definitely persevere until you come to find me. Bai Qixue laughed happily. Lu Ming was even more speechless. Around him, Yan Kuangtu, Du Songjue, and the rest revealed an I-see expression and an inexplicable smile. Rukong, you'll be on the same battlefield as the Emperor God. If you encounter the Emperor God, admit defeat immediately, understand? Du Songjue looked at Ru Kong and instructed. Ru Kong was Du Songjue's disciple. This disciple knows. Ru Kong nodded. Buzz. At this moment, there were fluctuations in the space. Lu Ming and the others felt a force pulling them over to the 8 battlefields. Lu Ming and Bai Qixue flew toward the light shield on the 8th battlefield. As they neared the light shield, their bodies began to shrink in a strange manner. In the end, they entered the light shield and disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in a barren mountain with stone walls. The 8th battlefield was filled with barren mountains and stone walls. It was completely desolate without a single blade of grass or tree. There were stone walls and rocks everywhere. I've heard that everything in this battlefield is extremely hard. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming threw a punch at a huge rock. Boom! Only a corner of the giant rock had been broken. The rest of it was intact. It's so hard. Although I didn't use my full strength, that punch would have shattered a few mountains if it was outside. But here, it could only break a corner of a huge rock. Lu Ming secretly sighed. In this place, one could unleash their full combat strength. Let's go find Qi Xue. With a single step, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky, turning into a ray of light and disappearing into the horizon. Although the battlefield was 100,000 miles wide, it wasn't big for the geniuses who were participating in the battle for Providence. An hour was enough for them to make many trips. The weakest Heaven's Pride expert who could transform his fate into a python was at Qin Qingshan's level. After such a long time, Qin Qingshan's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. It could be said that the weakest of the participants this time was at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm was extremely fast. It really didn't take much time to cross a distance of 100,000 li. Outside the battlefield, everyone was also watching with wide eyes. From the outside, the 100,000 li territory had shrunk to 10,000 times smaller. If a person were to be placed inside, he would almost not be able to see them. However, at the spiritual god realm or even the supreme being realm, their eyesight was extremely terrifying. In their eyes, they could still clearly see the movements of everyone inside the light shield. Not good. There's an expert heading towards Scarlet Snow. An elder of the Talisman sect called out worriedly. At the moment, Bai Qixue was in a stone forest, inscribing inscriptions and setting up formations to defend. I hope that Qi Shui can't hold on and quickly admit defeat. Du Songjue was a little worried. Just now, they knew that Bai Qixue had gotten the inheritance of a king. They were so excited. Bai Qixue's value in their hearts had increased. Nothing could happen to him. Even though he had lost 90% of his luck, he could not let anything happen to Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue's cultivation of the way of inscription had improved a lot since she got the inheritance of the king. She waved her fingers and countless inscriptions went into the forest. In just a few minutes, he had no idea how many inscriptions were engraved. Ha ha ha, it's the girl from the Talisman sect. I'm so lucky. With a loud laugh, a paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect appeared. A 15-meter-long dragon of luck appeared above the head of this sovereign of the Sky Corpse sect. He stared at the 100-meter-long dragon of luck above Bai Qixue's head with burning eyes, as if he wanted to swallow her up. This girl is mine. A cold voice was heard. The sky trembled and another figure appeared. It was a young man with cold eyes and a towering demonic chi. Above his head, there was also a fate dragon that was 60 feet long. If you want this little girl's luck, then you'll have to see your ability. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect said coldly. Chapter 960 Killing with One Move. In their eyes, Bai Qixue was just a fish on the chopping board, which could be killed at any time. Their opponent was him. Therefore, the two sides were in a stalemate. Then I'll kill you first, then deal with this little girl. The paragon of the Sky Demon Valley burst out with a shocking killing intent. In a flash, he pounced on the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect. You're looking for death. The paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect also shouted coldly, and the two of them began to fight. Bai Qixue was stunned for a second, then she seized the chance to quickly inscribe the formation. She had already inscribed countless formations. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a golden spear light came from the other side, and its target was Bai Qixue. This was a heaven's favorite of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and his eyes flashed with pride. In his opinion, the two people of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley were really stupid. They actually started fighting among themselves, which just happened to benefit him. He wanted to kill Bai Qixue and get 100,000 points of luck from her. This is terrible. There are other people. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley cried out in alarm. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Rise! At this moment, Bai Qixue shouted and took a few steps forward. A formation appeared and a huge ancient shield appeared in front of her. Bang! The spearlight struck the shield with a loud boom, but the shield did not break. It only trembled. What a tough shield! The golden-robed young man appeared, his eyes cold. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! All of a sudden, he thrust the spear in his hand 16 times in a row. 16 spear lights pierced through the void and went toward Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue shouted and moved her fingers. Another formation of inscriptions appeared. This time, more than a dozen formations glowed at the same time. More than a dozen ancient shields appeared, blocking Bai Chishue's attacks from all directions. At the same time, there was also a light barrier that enveloped her. From the very beginning, Bai Chishue's formations were all defensive formations. Her purpose was to defend. As long as they could defend, they would wait for Lu Ming. She believed that Lu Ming would definitely arrive in time. Clang! 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 More than a dozen spearlights stabbed into the ancient shield, but the shield only shook for a moment and blocked all of them. It couldn't be broken. The golden-robed young man's face darkened. He looked at the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse sect's elites and said, "Everyone, this girl is quite capable. She has set up a defensive formation with all her might. It will not be easy for any of us to break through it. If we waste too much time, we will be found by others or Demon Lord Luo Tian. Then, we will not have a share." "Oh. You want to join hands?" the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect said. "That's right. Let's work together to break this little girl's defensive array. Then, we'll see who has the ability to kill her or make her admit defeat," the golden-robed youth said. "Alright, let's do it this way. Let's attack together," the sovereign of the Sky Demon Valley said. The three sides reached an agreement and attacked at the same time. Suddenly, Bai Chishue's defense started to shake. In the outside world, Du Songjue and the others revealed worried expressions. Chishue's defensive formation is quite mysterious. It should be related to the inheritance she received. However, she won't be able to hold on for long with three heaven's favorites working together. I hope that when she can't hold on any longer, she'll quickly admit defeat. A few elders were discussing. "Not good, Lu Ming is going to meet an expert," one of the elders suddenly called out. The others quickly looked in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming flew at high speed and had already flown tens of thousands of miles. Buzz! All of a sudden, a terrifying saber light slashed at Lu Ming from the side. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he stopped abruptly, avoiding the saber light. A young man carrying a saber on his back appeared in front of Lu Ming. "Ha, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. You're the first one I've met. Lu Ming, your luck points are mine." The saber-carrying youth's eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy. He really did not expect that he would be the first to meet Lu Ming. There weren't many top-tier experts in the 8th battlefield, but there were many experts of a lower tier. Many of them were in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He, Luo Dao, was ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. In his opinion, he was more than enough to kill Lu Ming. After killing Lu Ming and obtaining his luck, he would then find a place to hide. After an hour, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of luck. Luck! Get lost! Lu Ming strode forward. "Ha, die!" The Luo Dao was unsheathed. The dazzling saber radiance seemed to be able to split the world apart as it slashed at Lu Ming. On the grandstand, Du Songjue and the rest could not help but feel their hearts in their throats. Could Lu Ming block this knife? Not only the Talisman Amulet sect, but the experts from the Empyrean Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Heavenly Demon Valley were also watching Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, you little bastard. If you don't admit defeat, you'll be dead." Luo Dao is a rare genius among the Emperor Heaven's forbidden guards. The master of the Wang family sneered, but before he could speak, he froze. That was because Luo Dao was already dead. Lu Ming did not stop. He thrust his spear forward. A spear ray that was 10 times more dazzling than Luo Dao's saber ray pierced through the void and destroyed his saber ray, piercing through Luo Dao's throat. Luo Dao's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with confusion, shock, and unwillingness. How could Lu Ming be so powerful that he could kill him with one shot? At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Did Lu Ming really rely on luck to obtain so many luck points? That was the last thought in his mind. Roar! Once Luo Dao died, the dragon of destiny above Lu Ming's head swallowed Luo Dao's dragon of destiny in one gulp. Lu Ming's dragon of destiny grew another 6 feet. The crowd around the grandstand fell silent, and the patriarch of the Wang clan was extremely embarrassed. Du Songjue and the others revealed expressions of joy. It seems like Lu Ming isn't completely useless to be able to obtain an 800-foot fate dragon. He does have some ability. An old man from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace spoke. Luo Dao is only ranked 48th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are many others who are stronger than him. He's the target of public criticism. Even if he's capable, he still has to die. The patriarch of the Wang clan said coldly. On the battlefield, Lu Ming kept Luo Dao's storage ring and was about to continue flying forward when he heard a sonic boom in front of him. Another young man appeared and blocked Lu Ming's path. This young man was covered in corpse chi, and his eyes were fierce. Shi Ming, the 30th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Someone shouted. Ha, let's see how Lu Ming dies this time. The patriarch of the Wang family laughed. Some people from the Heavenly Corpse sect also smiled. If Shi Ming could obtain Lu Ming's immense luck, it would be a great thing for the Heavenly Corpse sect. You killed Luo Dao. Hee, looks like you have some combat power, but you're dead for sure now that you've encountered me. Shi Ming sneered. Above his head, a 99-foot-long flood dragon was circling. He was just a little bit away from reaching the stage where his fate could transform into a dragon. You're looking for death. Lu Ming did not stop. He strode forward and threw a punch. You're the one who's going to die. Ming Shi waved his hand and a refined corpse pounced at Lu Ming, throwing a punch as well. Bang! The refined corpse and Lu Ming's fist collided. What happened next shocked Shi Ming. His refined corpse was torn into pieces, but Lu Ming's fist did not stop. Instead, it became even faster as it continued to bombard Shi Ming. I want your luck. Go, go. Ming Shi roared and controlled the two refined corpses to charge at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! With two loud explosions, the two refined corpses exploded. Lu Ming's fists suddenly sped up, exploding with a terrifying pressure that locked Shi Ming in place. Shi Ming's eyes widened, and he let out a low growl. No, how can he be so strong? I'm going to block it. The corpse chi from his body soared to the sky. He exploded with all his strength and slapped at Lu Ming. This palm was extremely terrifying, but in front of Lu Ming, it was like paper. It shattered with a loud bang, and the terrifying fist force directly penetrated his body. At this moment, it was already too late even if he wanted to cry out and admit defeat. Bang! His body was torn into pieces. The 99-foot flood dragon was swallowed by Lu Ming's dragon of providence. Lu Ming's fate dragon had grown by nearly 100 feet, reaching a height of nearly 960 feet. He was only a few meters away from 1,000 feet. A terrifying devouring power erupted from his palm, devouring Luo Dao's and Shi Ming's blood essence and true yuan. Then, his figure flickered and he flew forward. He looked around for Bai Qixue. On the grandstand, regardless of whether it was the people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace or the Heavenly Corpse sect, all of them had very gloomy expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. He had easily killed the 30th genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so powerful? It was a pity that they could only watch. The battlefield was isolated and they could not sense Lu Ming's specific cultivation. This little bastard, could it be that Wang Yan and Wang Qin died at his hands? The master of the Wang family growled. His hatred for Lu Ming was wild. However, Martial Emperor De was expressionless and calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Du Songjue, Yan Kuangtu, 9 Sons Supreme Master, and the others all smiled. As long as Lu Ming finds Qi Shui and finds a place to hide, he will be safe. An elder of the Talisman sect said. That's right. However, Lu Ming has so much luck now. Even if it is not seized by others, I'm afraid that no one in the 8th battlefield has more than him. By then, he will still have to participate in the battle between the last 8 people. The other person was a little worried and said with a heavy expression. Thinking of this, the others' faces sank. Without strength, it would be very difficult to preserve one's luck in this selection step by step. While Lu Ming was flying, Luo Tian was also flying at full speed. A peerless genius of the Sky Demon Valley was also flying at full speed. They had to find Lu Ming as soon as possible, kill him, and take his luck value. They did not have much time. They only had 1 hour. If Lu Ming dodged them for an hour, they would not have a share of Lu Ming's immense luck. Damn you, Lu Ming! Where are you? Luo Tian growled. Suddenly, he saw a few people in front of him and immediately rushed over. Not good, it's Luo Tian, run. When the few of them saw Luo Tian, they fled frantically. Die! Luo Tian's expression was ferocious. His demonic chi surged and he slashed out with his black demonic blade. 2 people were instantly killed by him. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The last person shouted crazily. As the man shouted, a beam of light enveloped him. Luo Tian's blade could not cut in. The dragon of fate above his head devoured the fate of the 2 people who had been killed. The person who had admitted defeat had 90% of his fate devoured. He was then teleported out and landed on the stands. The fate dragon above Luo Tian's head had grown more than 200 feet. That's too little. I still have to find Lu Ming. That chick from the Talisman Amulet sect is not bad either. Luo Tian's eyes were cold as he continued to fly. At this moment, Bai Qixue was struggling to defend. Around her, the shield kept shaking, as if it could not hold on for much longer. Ha, keep it up. This chick can't hold on much longer. The golden-robed youth laughed. Among the 3 of them, the golden-robed young man was a new talent, but his strength was comparable to the top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was already a miracle that Bai Qixue could last for so long when the 3 of them joined forces. Lu Ming is almost there. In the stands, the eyes of Du Songjue and the others lit up. They were outside, looking down from above and could see the whole picture. At that moment, they saw Lu Ming rushing toward Bai Qixue. Not good. Luo Tian is also rushing over there. One of the elders shouted. Their faces turned extremely ugly, and they clenched their fists. Ha ha ha. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Wang clan's clan head, Jiang clan's clan head, and the others laughed loudly. Lu Ming is destined to die at the hands of the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The patriarch of the Wang clan laughed the most heartily. Whoosh! Lu Ming traveled 100 miles in an instant. He crossed countless deserts and stone walls under him. On the way, they encountered other geniuses, but Lu Ming was too fast. He flashed past them. Those geniuses with low cultivation did not dare to block Lu Ming's way at all when they saw his terrifying power. They fled one after another. Lu Ming was not in the mood to snatch the light from providence from these people. There's a battle ahead, that's Qi Shui. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Bai Qixue being besieged by 3 young men. Boom! 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 His speed became even faster, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The golden-robed young man and the other 2 heard the terrifying sonic boom and were shocked. They stopped and looked in the direction of the sonic boom. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The 3 of them were shocked and quickly retreated. The 3 of them stood side by side with a serious look in their eyes. Although many people wanted to kill Lu Ming and take his luck value, they were all top-ranked geniuses. As for the few of them, although their cultivation was not weak, they were not confident in facing Lu Ming. Before the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's combat strength was already very strong. They were only on par with the top 100 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. They did not dare to look down on Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming appeared above Bai Qishue's head. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qishue said with a smile. Looks like I'm not too late. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. At this moment, the golden-robed young man and the other two were discussing in secret. If the three of us join forces, we might be able to kill Lu Ming. Do you want to take a gamble? The gold-robed youth sent mentally. Gamble? Fools, can't you see that Lu Ming's fate dragon has grown more than 100 feet longer? In just a short while, the fate dragon has grown more than 100 feet. There must be experts stronger than us who have died in Lu Ming's hands. The paragon from the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered as he slowly backed away. Hearing this, the golden-robed young man and the Sky Demon Valley's sovereign's faces changed. Only then did they notice the changes in Lu Ming's fate dragon. You guys want to leave? Did I let you go? Lu Ming's gaze fell on the golden-robed young man and the other two. The expressions of the three changed drastically. Lu Ming, what do you want? The gold-robed youth gritted his teeth. Of course I want your luck. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. Chapter 962 Fighting the Demon Lord Again. Lu Ming, don't go too far. If the three of us join forces, we might be able to fight you. The golden-robed youth called out. Oh, really? If you think you can fight me, then make your move. Lu Ming took a step forward, a faint look of disdain on his face. Ha, Lu Ming, you're very arrogant. Why are you so arrogant in front of a few good-for-nothings? At this moment, a loud laugh came from afar. Then, a blade light cut through the void and came at an extreme speed. Whoosh! The blade light disappeared, and a black-robed man appeared in the air. Demonic chi filled the sky. It was demonic lord Luo Tian. Luo Tian is here. Ha, Lu Ming is done for this time. The golden-robed young man was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. He had wanted to run away, but now, he stopped. He sneered at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now that the demon lord has descended, let's see how you die. The golden-robed young man was also a proud son of heaven among the imperial guards and was familiar with Luo Tian. The two sovereigns of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley slowly retreated to a place they thought was safe and watched from a distance. Lu Ming, did you kill my brother, Luo Li? Luo Tian looked at Lu Ming coldly and asked. That's right. He's courting death, so I can only fulfill his wish. If you're courting death, I can also fulfill your wish. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You're so arrogant. It's useless to rely on your mouth. If we weren't on the Sky Poison Island, I could have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Luo Tian said. Back when they were on the Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. Although Lu Ming was not weak, he was far inferior to him and could be easily killed by him. Moreover, he had made some progress during this period of time. The luck of the two of you will be mine. Luo Tian looked at Lu Ming and Bai Qishue with a burning gaze. Lu Ming and Bai Qishue's combined luck was over 1,000,000. Once he got it, he would have a true dragon of luck that was more than 100 feet long. Since ancient times, how many people could have a true dragon's luck that exceeded 1,000 feet? Only those emperors who participated in the Battle of Providence when they were young could achieve this, right? Luo Tian's heart was burning. Buzz! The demonic blade was unsheathed and the blade light broke through the sky. A terrifying blade light was slashed at Lu Ming. This attack was very sudden. Luo Tian had just finished speaking when he suddenly attacked. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move and not give him a chance to admit defeat. Lu Ming's mouth twitched and he struck out his palm at Luo Tian's saber light. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm directly slashed at Luo Tian's saber light. Was he that confident? The Talisman sect's people couldn't help but feel nervous. Could Lu Ming block it? This was a strike from demonic lord Luo Tian, the 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. How terrifying was that? Many people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had ferocious looks on their faces. They seemed to have already seen the scene of Lu Ming being cut into two by the saber. Boom! Lu Ming's palm finally collided with the saber light. Out of everyone's expectations, Lu Ming's palm slashed and the blade light shattered like fragile glass. You dare to launch a sneak attack with just this bit of power? Lu Ming sneered. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. Although he had not used his full strength in the attack just now, he had wanted to kill Lu Ming with one attack. The power of the attack was not weak. It contained half of his strength. It was actually shattered by Lu Ming's palm. It seems that you have made great progress during this period of time. However, you still have to die. I only used 50% of my strength in that strike just now. Luo Tian said coldly. Oh. 50% of his power. I'm sorry, I only used 10% of my power in that palm strike. Lu Ming smiled coldly. 10% of my power. Ha ha ha, you're so full of yourself and lying through your teeth. Die. Demonic chi surged from Luo Tian's body. A violent aura burst out. The terrifying saber power filled the entire area. Not far away, the golden-robed young man's face was filled with horror as he retreated. Is this the strength of the demonic Lord Luo Tian? It's too scary. The gold-robed youth was shocked. He felt that Luo Tian could kill him with a casual move. The difference in strength was too great. The peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Luo Tian's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. When he was on the Sky Poison Island, Luo Tian's cultivation should have just broken through to the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Buzz! The demonic blade was 1,000 meters long and it slashed violently at Lu Ming. The space twisted and trembled violently under the blade, as if it was being cut open at will. A dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy, and dense scales appeared all over his body. He stomped his feet and his body shot forward like a cannonball, striking out with his palm. Lu Ming was already at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm, so he was extremely powerful. With the addition of dragon energy, the space was completely distorted when his palm struck. Boom! The demonic blade crushed and Lu Ming's palm continued to push forward. Luo Tian's expression changed. He had used almost 80% of his strength in this move, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming with one palm. How was this possible? Could it be that Lu Ming was right when he said that he had only used 10% of his strength? Impossible. Luo Tian denied it in his heart. When they were on the Sky Poison Island, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by him. He only managed to escape by taking advantage of the Sky Poison Island's environment. He refused to believe that Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed his in just a few months. This was a huge blow to him. Blood Transformation Devil's Blade. Die! Luo Tian shouted as he slashed out with his demonic blade. However, Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. Surrounded by the four-colored concept, he charged forward and struck out with his palm. Bang! 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 Luo Tian's blade light was shattered by Lu Ming's palm. This was a completely one-sided battle. Currently, 3 of Lu Ming's concepts of heaven and earth were at the peak of level 3 upper tier. He was only one step away from completing level 3. As for the earth mentality, it was about to reach the peak of level 3 upper tier. How terrifying was the power of the fusion of 4 intents. It could probably compete with a 4th level concept. Luo Tian's intent realm was only at the completion of level 3 and had not reached level 4. In terms of artistic conception, Lu Ming could crush Luo Tian. Boom! 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 After more than 10 moves, Luo Tian's saber light was continuously shattered, and he retreated quickly. In the stands, many people widened their eyes in shock. Impossible! The masters of the Wang and Jiang families growled in disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength was actually so terrifying. How was this possible? Du Songjue, Yan Kuangtu, 9 Sons Supreme Master, and the others were also surprised, but they were more delighted. Lu Ming's combat strength had also exceeded their expectations. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the happier they were. Ha, I didn't expect Lu Ming to be in the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Brother Ultimate Son, you have a good eye. Du Songjue stroked his beard and laughed. Lu Ming, you've exceeded my expectations too. Supreme Master Jiuyang also smiled. Chapter 963 Killing Luo Tian. The battle between Lu Ming and Luo Tian had already turned into a white-hot one. Luo Tian was completely at a disadvantage. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on Luo Tian's shoulder. One of his arms almost exploded and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, damn it! Luo Tian roared, and a demon god appeared above his head. This demon god had 3 heads and 6 arms, and each of its arms was holding a huge saber. 6 golden chakras were shining. Luo Tian's third bloodline was a 6th-level divine bloodline, which was comparable to the family heads of the 6 great ancient families. His talent was extremely terrifying. Now, 2 more streams of dragon power burst out from Lu Ming's body. He appeared above Luo Tian's head in an instant and stomped down on him. A terrifying power surged towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was about to perform the blood meridian fusion, but he did not expect Lu Ming to be so fast. He appeared above his head in an instant and exploded with a terrifying blow, interrupting his blood meridian fusion. He could only block it with his saber. But dash! Bang! The saber light that he slashed out shattered under Lu Ming's feet. A huge and terrifying force pressed down on him, almost crushing him to the ground. Kacha! His bones cracked as if they were about to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? How could he be so strong? Do you want me to admit defeat? No, I can't admit defeat. How can I admit defeat to Lu Ming? At that moment, many thoughts flashed through Luo Tian's mind. However, this thought decided his life's fate. Buzz! Sharp and long nails emerged from Lu Ming's claws. Like dragon claws, he suddenly clawed at Luo Tian. All of Luo Tian's attacks and defenses were shattered in Lu Ming's hands. His dragon-like claws pierced into Luo Tian's chest. No. I'll admit. At that moment, Luo Tian howled madly and wanted to admit defeat. However, Lu Ming's energy exploded and Luo Tian's heart exploded. Luo Tian's scream came to an abrupt end. He widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could feel the vitality in his body draining away rapidly. Endless fear enveloped him. Was he going to die in Lu Ming's hands? How did this happen? In the next moment, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. His life force had been extinguished. Impossible! You're courting death. The master of the Wang family roared. Luo Tian. Lu Ming killed Luo Tian. An old man beside the Wang clan's clan master roared angrily, his killing intent soaring into the sky. He was also a supreme being, the supreme being of Di Tian's imperial guards. He was Luo Tian's master. He could not accept the fact that Luo Tian was dead. Luo Tian had unparalleled talent, and his third bloodline was at the 6th level of the divine level. In the future, he would definitely be able to break through to the spiritual god realm. There was even a very high possibility that he would be able to break through to the supreme level. This was a future supreme being, but he had died just like that. This was an incomparably huge loss. How many supremes were there in the entire Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? This generation had reached a golden age, where geniuses gathered and experts were as common as clouds. In the past, Luo Tian's talent would have been enough to suppress an era. Just like those supreme martial artists of today. When they were young, they were almost unrivaled. They pushed through their opponents and became supreme martial artists. It was rare for an era to have a few supremes. However, it was different in this era. Luo Tian could only rank 10th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Ha, well done. Yan Kuangtu laughed out loud, drawing the gazes of those from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace that were filled with killing intent. However, Yan Kuangtu ignored him. Martial Emperor Di Yi's face was still calm, and his eyes did not fluctuate at all. It was as if he did not care about the death of Luo Tian. This Lu Ming is interesting. A charming voice came from the Sky Demon Valley. This voice was soft and sweet, making people feel numb all over. It was the voice of the Demon Emperor. When many young people heard this voice, they felt their bodies heat up and their hearts beat faster. Even the woman was no exception. Her voice was like that of a demon king, full of infinite charm. It's a little interesting. The Corpse Emperor opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Many people wanted to vomit blood when they heard his voice, which was the complete opposite of the Demon Emperor's voice. Some of the young people quickly circulated their martial arts to stabilize themselves. On the battlefield, Lu Ming's palm erupted with devouring power, devouring Luo Tian into a dried corpse. Boom! 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 Luo Tian's blood essence and quintessential essence were both very strong. Even his bloodline was being refined rapidly. Roar! The Fate Dragon above Lu Ming's head devoured Luo Tian's Fate Dragon. Instantly, Lu Ming's Fate Dragon grew by 200 feet, reaching 117 feet, close to 120 feet. At that moment, the color of Lu Ming's Fate Dragon changed. Originally, the Fate Dragon was purple, but now, it had turned purple gold. Not far away, the golden-robed young man and the paragons of the Sky Corpse Sect and Sky Demon Valley were staring with their eyes wide open. Luo Tian is dead. Luo Tian was killed by Lu Ming. How did this happen? The golden-robed young man muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. Luo Tian, who was almost invincible in his eyes, was actually killed by Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to him. Run, quickly run. The gold-robed young man was almost scared to death. At the thought of joining forces to deal with Lu Ming just now, he was so scared that he was trembling all over. Lu Ming could probably kill them easily and they would not even have the chance to fight back. In the distance, the paragons of the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse Sect were also scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. Did I let you go? Lu Ming glared at them coldly and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took a step forward and his figure was like a stream of light, approaching the golden-robed young man in an instant. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The gold-robed youth screamed. Instantly, a pillar of light enveloped him. Above Lu Ming's head, the purple-gold Fate Dragon devoured 90% of the golden-robed young man's Fate Dragon. Then, the golden-robed young man's body trembled and he was teleported out. Lu Ming's footsteps did not stop. His speed was terrifyingly fast, and he would catch up with the paragons of the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse Sect in a short while. The two of them were horrified and also shouted that they admitted defeat. In the end, Lu Ming devoured 90% of their light from Providence and teleported them out. Lu Ming, I knew you would come. Bai Qixue came to Lu Ming's side with a smile on her face. Let's go, we'll go seize the fate. Lu Ming smiled and turned to walk forward with Bai Qixue by his side. On the grandstand, the Talisman Amulet Sect members all revealed relaxed smiles. In the 8th battlefield, even Luo Tian had been killed by Lu Ming. There was no one else who could threaten Lu Ming. The most powerful demon clan genius was only on par with Luo Tian. There were a few other geniuses who could transform their fate into dragons, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming could be said to be fearless. As for Bai Qixue, with Lu Ming's protection, she would definitely be able to hold on until the end and keep her 100,000 points of luck. Fatty's terrifying bloodline. As for Lu Ming, there was no doubt that he would win first place in the 8th battlefield. Now, he already had a fate dragon that was more than 1,200 feet long. In the 8th battlefield, unless everyone else's fate was added together, they would not be able to compare to Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming went on a rampage. Those who ran into Lu Ming were killed by him immediately when they tried to attack him. Some of them even shouted that they admitted defeat. Half an hour later, Lu Ming was accompanied by more than 10 Talisman Amulet sect disciples. Lu Ming wanted to bring them to the end. Not good. Rukong is in danger. He's going to encounter an emperor god. In the stands, an elder suddenly shouted. There was no longer any suspense on the 8th battlefield. Everyone's eyes turned to the other battlefields. Everyone from the Talisman sect turned to look at the first battlefield. The Talisman Amulet sect's paragons were all in the first battlefield. Everyone could see that Ru Kong was hurrying on his way. The fate dragon above his head had reached a height of about 200 feet. On the other side, the Emperor God was flying toward Ru Kong at a terrifying speed, but Ru Kong didn't seem to notice him. If this continued, the two of them would soon bump into each other. The Talisman sect's people were on tenterhooks. Sure enough, in just a dozen breaths, the two of them met. Ru Kong turned around upon hearing the commotion, and his eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, Ru Kong was about to admit defeat. Die. At the same time, the Emperor God made his move. A ray of sword light was incredibly fast. It seemed to penetrate layers of space in an instant and cut Ru Kong's body almost instantly. I admit defeat. Before Ru Kong could finish his sentence, he was torn into pieces by the sword light. Fast, too fast, so fast that even the air could not react. Ru Kong. Du Songjue roared in grief. Why would I? The other patriarchs and elders of the Talisman Amulet sect looked dejected. Ru Kong, an expert of the Talisman sect who was second only to Huan Zhen and ranked 15th on the list of top 1,000 talents, had been killed just like that. He was almost defenseless in the hands of the God Emperor. The fighting power of an Emperor God was unfathomable. After the Emperor God killed Ru Kong and devoured the Fate Dragon, he did not stop. He turned into a golden light and flew away. Ha ha ha. Good kill. All of your Talisman sect's paragons will be exterminated. Although Lu Ming is safe now, he will still die if he encounters the Emperor God in the future. In the area of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, mocking laughter rang out. Du Songjue and the rest clenched their fists tightly. The Talisman Amulet sect originally had 13 Zongzis. 7 of them had already fallen, and now, 1 more had fallen, leaving only 5. Then, they turned their attention to Wen Jishe and the rest. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't good either. They met an undefeatable expert, but fortunately, they weren't killed in one strike and all admitted defeat. As time passed, some people were killed, but more and more people were either defeated or sent out of the battlefield. On the grandstand, more and more people appeared. Many of them sighed. After admitting defeat, there was not much luck left. Wan Tingting also appeared in the stands. When she met a strong opponent, she immediately admitted defeat. Meanwhile, in the 8 battlefields, the fighting was getting more and more intense. Lu Ming was almost invincible in the 8th battlefield. Behind him, several experts who had transformed their providence into a dragon ran into Lu Ming. However, when they saw Lu Ming's true dragon of providence that was hundreds of feet long, their expressions changed drastically, and they turned to run. They were not fools. Lu Ming had survived until now, and his fate dragon had grown by a few hundred feet. Needless to say, those who were plotting against Lu Ming had given their fate to him. What were they waiting for if not to run? However, with Lu Ming's speed, how could they escape? In the end, they all admitted defeat. In the end, Lu Ming's true dragon of providence was close to a terrifying height of 1,500 feet. It circled in the sky and could be seen from afar. Those who saw it from afar had a drastic change in their expressions and turned to run. Even the genius of the Sky Demon Valley, who was as famous as Luo Tian, ran faster than anyone else. This made Lu Ming a little depressed. The distance was too far and it would be more troublesome for him to chase after them. He was also afraid that he would be lured away and the talisman sect disciples would be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming could not be bothered to chase after them. The situation on the 8th battlefield had been settled, and the first battlefield was about the same. The other battlefields were filled with smoke. Illusion Reality has encountered Dongfang Yu. An elder of the talisman sect called out. The others turned their attention to the 4th battlefield, their hearts in their throats. The experts from the other factions also turned their attention to the 4th battlefield. Huan Zhen and Dongfang Yu, this was a battle of the peak. Huan Zhen was ranked 8th on the list of top 1,000 talents, while Dongfang Yu was ranked 3rd, just behind Dishan and Xue Jianyi. As soon as the two met, an intense battle unfolded. However, it was obvious that Dongfang Yu was stronger. However, Huan Zhen did not want to make any mistakes, so he was on the defense the entire time. Huan Zhen was like a bright moon. His entire body was glowing. Bright moons appeared in front of him, blocking his attacks. This was a formation carved with one's own body, and it was an extremely powerful defensive formation. It was many times stronger than the formation that Jimai had carved with his own body. At the same time, runes and arrays appeared around Huan Zhen, which activated the runes. All sorts of light glowed continuously as all sorts of defensive formations were formed. Although the east side was extremely powerful, Huan Zhen was focused on defense. It was impossible for him to break through in a short time. The two of them were in a deadlock. In the end, Dongfang Yu had no choice but to retreat. This made the Talisman Amulet sect members heave a long sigh of relief. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace snorted unhappily. They felt that it was a pity that Dongfang Yu did not kill Huan Zhen. Meanwhile, on the second battlefield, Fatty and Wang Fenchen were fighting. Die! The moment Wang Fenchen saw Fatty, he exploded with a sharp killing intent and launched a swift attack. He knew that the Fatty was the disciple of the Devil Sky Sovereign, but this was a battle of destiny. Even if he killed the Fatty, the Devil Sky Sovereign couldn't say anything. Damn it, you want to kill me? You're still 10,000 years too early. Fatty shouted and activated his bloodline. His third bloodline and 8 golden chakras almost made Wang Fenchen's eyes pop out. Even the spirit god and supreme being experts in the stands could not control their emotions. They stood up in shock. An 8th rank divine bloodline. It was actually an 8th rank divine bloodline. This was too terrifying. Other than the few sovereigns, the others were all extremely shocked. Senior Mo Tian's disciple is extraordinary as expected. The 9 Sons Paragon sighed. Du Songjue and the others nodded their heads. They had seen Fatty before, but they didn't expect this unreliable Fatty to be so terrifying. As expected of the disciple of an emperor. Damn it! The Wang clan master and the others growled in shock. An 8th level divine level expert was extremely rare. For example, Yan Kuangtu was an 8th level divine level expert. His battle prowess was extremely powerful, and he was able to take on 3 great supremes by himself. They recalled that this Fatty was Lu Ming's sworn brother. Fen Tian, kill this Fatty, kill him. The patriarch of the Wang clan growled. This Fatty was too terrifying. Once he grew up in the future, he would be another Yan Kuangtu. Now was the perfect time to kill him. After this, the Devil Sky Sovereign would not be able to say anything. The final battle. Demonic Sky Old Monster's judgment is pretty good. He actually took in such a disciple. The Demon Emperor's soft voice sounded again. The eyes of Martial Emperor De and the Corpse Emperor flashed with a sharp light. Even a Martial Emperor expert would be tempted by someone who could awaken an 8th level divine level bloodline. So what if you're a level 8 divine level expert? I'll still kill you. Wang Fenchen launched a fearsome attack at the Fatty. Although the fatty's bloodline was of a high grade, his cultivation was slightly weaker. It seemed like he had just broken through to the 6th level spirit embryo realm not long ago. However, Fatty didn't want to make any mistakes, so he focused on defense the entire time. In the end, he took out a huge shield and blocked Wang Fengchen's flames. Wang Fengchen continued to attack. The fatty shouted, but he couldn't break through. Time continued to pass. Suddenly, the 8 battlefields trembled and the light shield shone. Everyone in the battlefields was teleported out. An hour had passed. Ha, you want to deal with me? In your dreams. When the fatty realized that he had appeared on the grandstand, he laughed arrogantly and looked at Wang Fengchen provocatively. Wang Fengchen's eyes were about to spew fire. Fatty, you've actually awakened an 8th level divine rank bloodline. That's amazing. At the moment, there was a huge axe floating above the fat man's head. The 8 golden chakras were shining. Bai Qishue's eyes were wide open as she looked at the fat man in shock. Lu Ming was also surprised. He did not expect that the fatty's 3rd bloodline would be so terrifying. It was actually a level 8 divine level. It was no wonder that when they first met, Fatty was so mysterious. He did not tell Lu Ming when Lu Ming asked him. Countless pairs of eyes were looking at Fatty. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some were jealous. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. This is talent. I can't help it. I was born with it. The fatty was extremely proud as he laughed out loud. When he saw the way others looked at him, he felt extremely comfortable. He smiled so much that his eyes could not even open. The heavens are really unfair. They actually allowed this damn fatty to awaken an 8th level divine rank bloodline. Within the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, someone gritted his teeth in anger. That's right. What a waste. It's like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Someone said. Fatty's ears twitched a few times. When he heard these words, he was instantly displeased. He stared at these people with an unkind gaze and shouted, "You're the fucking cow dung. You're all trash. I'm just envious and jealous. I'm the son of the heavens, and I'm destined to sweep across the world and step on all of you. Damn it, this damn fatty, he's really arrogant." Those people almost vomited blood. Di Shen, Shuejiani, AO2, and the others also looked at Fatty with a serious look. Fatty's cultivation was still slightly low, but once he grew up, he would be a great enemy. What? At this moment, many people looked at Lu Ming and were dumbfounded. The fate dragon above Lu Ming's head was too big and too long. It was 100 or so feet. It was too shocking. They had thought that Lu Ming would have been killed by Luo Tian or the Sky Demon Valley's prodigies in the 8th battlefield. They did not expect him to be alive. Furthermore, the length of the fate dragon had become even more terrifying. What? Lu Ming has killed Luo Tian. When they found out the truth, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming could actually kill Luo Tian. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Before the battle for the light from Providence started, some of them thought that Luo Tian and the rest were lucky to be assigned to the same battlefield as Lu Ming. At this moment, their faces were pale and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't just good luck, it was bad luck. If they had been assigned to the 8th battlefield, they might have ended up like Luo Tian. They knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. The Emperor God and the others looked at Lu Ming in surprise. At this time, the 8 battlefields on the fighting ring had all disappeared and returned to the fighting ring. At the same time, 8 rays of light fell on the 8 people. They were Lu Ming, Di Shen, AO2, Blood Sword 1, Corpse Warrior, Feng Xian, Dongfang Yu, and Wang Fengchen. 8 people meant that they were the 8 people with the highest luck value in the battlefield. Lu Ming was the only talisman sect member. There were 3 people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, with the most people. They were the God Emperor, Dongfang Yu, and Wang Fengchen. The 2 people from the Sky Corpse sect, Blood Sword 1 and Corpse Battle. The two from the Heavenly Demon Valley were Ao2 and Feng Xian. Feng Xian was an extremely beautiful woman, a peerless genius of the Sky Demon Valley, with the phoenix bloodline in her body. Next, the 8 paragons would compete in pairs to fight for each other's luck. The rules were the same as before. If you were defeated, half of your fate would be taken away. If you admitted defeat, 90% of your fate would be taken away. If you were killed, all your fate would belong to your opponent. Next would be the final battle of the Battle of Providence, as well as the most pinnacle battles. Each of them was an extremely powerful existence. Among them, Lu Ming was one of the dark horses. There was another dark horse, Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley. Both of them were new talents. The others were all Heaven's favorites who were famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. Ao2 was a Heaven's favorite who was thought to be able to compete with gods and emperors. Some people thought that Ao2 was even stronger than Shuijiani, who was ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents. The Emperor God ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents, and most people thought he was the top genius among the younger generation in the East Barren. Dongfang Yu, third on the list of top 1,000 talents. Corpse Warrior was ranked fourth on the list of top 1,000 talents, while Wang Fenchen was ranked fifth. Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. After this battle, the list of top 1,000 talents would be rearranged. Buzz! 6 of the 8 beams of light had disappeared, leaving only 2 behind. One of them enveloped Lu Ming while the other enveloped Wang Fenchen. The first battle was actually between Lu Ming and Wang Fenchen. Everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Wang Fenchen looked at Lu Ming with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Fen Tian, are you confident? The patriarch of the Wang clan asked. His luck is mine. Wang Fenchen licked his lips and revealed a greedy look. He moved and landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming, if you can't win, you can just admit defeat. Du Songjue warned in a low voice. Ha, I believe that Lu Ming will definitely win. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Fatty, you were burned by this guy just now. I'll take revenge for you now. Lu Ming smiled, took a step forward, and landed on the fighting ring. Above their heads, there was a true dragon of luck. Right now, Wang Fenchen's true dragon of providence was at least 500 feet long. However, in front of Lu Ming's true dragon of providence, he was like a tiny dot, being looked down upon by Lu Ming's true dragon of providence. Lu Ming, I have to thank you for obtaining so much fate because it's all going to be mine later. The greed in Wang Fenchen's eyes intensified. You're very confident. Luo Tian was just as confident before, but I killed him in the end. Lu Ming laughed with a contemptuous look. Don't compare me to Luo Tian. I can kill him if I fight him with all my strength. Wang Fenchen said coldly. Oh. Was it? Then should we set up a life and death battle? Lu Ming said indifferently, but his words shocked everyone at the scene. Battling Wang Fenchen. As soon as he said that, everyone's hearts trembled. The ancient battle platform in the ancient city of Destiny could set up a life and death battle, but once it was set, both sides would have to fight to the death. It wouldn't end until life and death were determined, not even admitting defeat was allowed. Originally, the last battle would only last for half an hour. If the winner was not decided in half an hour, it would automatically be decided that the person who had the upper hand would win. However, once a life and death battle was set, there was no time limit. It would only end when one party died in battle. A life and death battle meant that there was no way out. They had to win, and if they lost, they would die. Even supreme martial artists and emperors could not interfere. One had to have great confidence in themselves before they dared to set a life and death battle. Would Wang Fenchen dare to agree? Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Fenchen. At this moment, Wang Fenchen's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He fixed his gaze on Lu Ming as if he was trying to figure out the truth from his expression. Was Lu Ming bluffing or did he really have such strong abilities? He dared to have a life and death battle with him. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He could not make a judgment. Moreover, he did not see the exact situation of Lu Ming's battle with Luo Tian. He was not confident in Lu Ming's strength. Do you dare or not? Lu Ming spoke again. His voice was calm but aggressive. Why should I agree to a life and death duel? In any case, I'm definitely going to win this battle. Wang Fengchen argued. What a joke. Since you think you've won, why don't you agree to a life and death duel? Back in 9 Dragons, I almost killed your Wang family patriarch. You must hate me to the core, right? 10,000 people want to kill me. Since they want to kill me and have the confidence to do so, why don't they agree to a life and death battle? You're afraid. You don't have the confidence to kill me. You don't have the confidence in this battle. You don't have the confidence in yourself. How can you win against me? Lu Ming's every word was harsh and aggressive. Every word hit Wang Fengchen's weak point. He did not even have the confidence to win. How could he win against Lu Ming? Damn you, you little bastard. The patriarch of the Wang clan growled, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Back in 9 Dragons, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. It was the shame of his life. Now, Lu Ming was bringing up the same thing again and even using it to pressure Wang Fengchen. This made the patriarch of the Wang family furious. Ha, Lu Ming, you almost killed the old man. How would a young man dare to have a life and death battle with you? I think that Wang something Tian should just admit defeat and stop embarrassing himself here. The Wang family is a bunch of useless people. The fat man laughed, his words were full of insult. This made the head of the Wang family and Wang Fengchen so angry that they almost exploded. At this moment, Wang Fengchen's face was flushed red. He was burning with anger and his killing intent was burning. Alright, I promise you. Wang Fengchen roared. He had to win this battle. If he still did not win after hearing Lu Ming's words, his heart of martial arts would definitely be unstable. Moreover, the entire Wang family would become a laughing stock in the Eastern Barren territory. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes, turning him into ashes. Alright, I'll fight to the death with Wang Fen. Lu Ming said loudly. A battle of life and death, yes. Wang Fengchen replied as a scorching aura shot up into the sky. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming and Wang Fengchen's bodies were glowing with a faint blood-red light. This meant that the life and death battle had been decided. It was useless to admit defeat until one side died in battle. Heaven burning flames. Wang Fengchen's killing intent was cold, but his body was covered in raging flames. Wang Fengchen's entire body seemed to have turned into a man of fire. His muscles, bones, and even his hair were burning as if they had all turned into flames. 6 fingers of heaven burning, 1 finger to destroy. Wang Fengchen strode forward and pointed with his finger. A finger, hundreds of meters long and formed by flames, with a clear fingerprint on it, pointed at Lu Ming like the finger of God. The terrifying heat and murderous intent burst out and surged toward Lu Ming. Wang Fengchen used a terrifying killing move as soon as he made his move. Since he had agreed to a life and death battle, Wang Fengchen would let go of everything and fight with all his might. A dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy. His entire body was covered in dense scales, and 4 types of intense Riva levered around him. He threw a punch. Boom! The fist and the heaven-burning finger collided. The fist and the flaming finger collided, and waves of energy burst forth. One side of the 100-mile-wide fighting ring was covered in purple flames, while the other side was covered in 4-colored light. In the end, the flaming finger exploded. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. The fusion of destruction and fire intent. Also, his cultivation is at the early stage of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. After exchanging a blow, Lu Ming had a rough estimate of Wang Fengchen's strength. Wang Fengchen had also comprehended 2 intents and had successfully fused them together. His destruction intent and fire intent had both reached the third level completion. When they were combined together, their destructive power was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the battle platform of the ancient city of Providence, everything within hundreds of miles would have been destroyed and turned into lava. Furthermore, Wang Fengqian's cultivation was higher than Luo Tian's, at the early stage of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Wang Fengqian was indeed the 5th-ranked supreme talent on the list of top 1,000 talents. His strength was terrifying. Heaven Burning 6 Fingers, 2-Finger Suppression. Heaven Burning 6 Fingers, 3-Finger Break. Heaven Burning 6 Fingers, 4-Finger Termination. Wang Fengqian's fire quintessential essence exploded as he pointed out 3 times. 3 huge fingers in the shape of a triangle flew towards Lu Ming. Prison Suppressing Heaven Art. The essential core in Lu Ming's body roared and boiled. He circulated the prison suppressing heaven technique to 50% of its power. If his current prison suppressing heaven technique were to be fully unleashed, it would be equivalent to the power of a low-grade god-tier martial technique. Even if a low-grade god-tier martial technique was equivalent to the first stage of a low-grade god-tier martial technique, only a spiritual god realm powerhouse would be able to unleash its full power. He was now at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. He didn't have enough vital essence, so it was impossible for him to release all of his power. However, 50% of its power was already extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 Lu Ming threw 3 punches in a row. The power of the prison-suppressing steel burst forth and suppressed everything. The 3 flaming fingers were immediately destroyed, turning into flames and dissipating. Wang Fengqian's expression changed slightly. He waved his hands and pointed out 2 more fingers. Heaven Burning 6 Fingers. 5 fingers are broken. 6 fingers burn the heavens. The 2-finger forces were pointed out one after another, and the space trembled like a piece of cloth. Wherever the finger forces passed, the space turned into a vacuum. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. This force was extremely hot, as if it wanted to turn him into ashes. The 4 wills surrounded him, forming a suit of armor that covered his entire body. Lu Ming strode forward and threw 2 more punches. 2 earth-shaking rumbles sounded, and it was as if the entire ancient city of Providence was shaking violently. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, but it was blocked by an invisible energy at the edge of the fighting ring. The 2 flaming fingers were crushed by Lu Ming with 1 blow and collapsed. Lu Ming strode forward, breaking through the obstruction of the flames like an ancient god, and charged at Wang Fengqian. Chapter 967 Begging. Wang Fengqian's expression turned grave. He did not show any mercy. His first move was a killing move. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with a powerful attack. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so terrifying that he could destroy his attack and attack him. A ball of purple flame appeared above his head. As soon as the flame appeared, the space around him crackled as if it was a fuel that was burning fiercely. The 7 golden chakras on the flame also attracted everyone's eyes. Divine level rank 7 bloodline. Wang Fengqian's bloodline level had reached the terrifying level 7 divine level. Wang Fengqian's body turned into light and merged with his bloodline. Then, the purple flames twisted and turned into a flame giant that was more than 10 meters tall. The flame giant held a flame sword and slashed it down at Lu Ming. The scorching flames shook Lu Ming's 4-colored will. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged, and in the next moment, Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. A divine level rank 6 9-dragon bloodline. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming and the 9-dragon bloodline. It's the 9 dragons, the legendary 9 dragons. I didn't expect Lu Ming to awaken the 9 dragons bloodline. My god, the 9 dragons are existences that surpass the true dragon. I've never heard of anyone who can awaken the bloodline of the 9 dragons. As soon as the 9 dragon bloodlines appeared, the surrounding people exclaimed in shock. This was especially so for the people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley. The bloodline of the 9 dragons. It's the bloodline of the 9 dragons. No wonder he can control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It must be related to the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The patriarch of the Wang clan muttered to himself. The bloodline of the 9 dragons. I must get it. A supreme flood dragon from the demon race glared at Lu Ming with burning eyes, as if he wanted to swallow Lu Ming whole. There was also Ao too, the flood dragon race's prodigy, whose eyes were burning with passion. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was a deadly temptation to the flood dragon tribe elder. De, you personally took action to capture Lu Ming. It seems that you knew that he had the 9 dragon bloodline. Your goal was the 9 dragon bloodline, right? The demon emperor's voice resounded throughout the entire area. His bright eyes fell on Martial Emperor De. Many people were shocked. Perhaps, it was true. Humph. Martial Emperor De snorted and did not speak. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the fighting ring. The 9 dragons stepped in the air and grabbed Wang Fengtian's sword with their 9 claws. With a loud boom, the sword collapsed, and the dragon claw continued to attack. The flame giant roared in anger. Its terrifying fist was aimed at Lu Ming, but it was blocked by a dragon claw. Bang! 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 The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was used continuously, and 6 waves of power blasted toward the flame giant. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and its devouring power burst forth, enveloping the flame giant. Immediately, the flames on the flame giant's body trembled non-stop, as if they were about to collapse. Buzz! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and the 9 dragons' tail whipped towards the flame giant. This move contained the might of the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Bang! The flame giant was struck by the dragon's tail, and a large part of its body exploded, leaving a huge gap. The flame giant staggered back. The hole in its body was quickly healing, and the flames spread again. Sky-burning flame sword. The flame giant roared in anger. The sword in his hand slashed out a hot sword light towards the head of the 9 dragons. However, the 9 dragons grabbed out with their sharp claws and blocked his sword. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. Of course, during this process, Lu Ming had only used 1 burst of dragon energy and had not used his full strength. Wang Fengtian was only his first opponent. There were more powerful opponents after him. His final opponent was the Emperor God. Wang Fengtian's strength was indeed terrifying. If he were to fight Luo Tian at the same level, he would be stronger than Luo Tian. However, Wang Fengtian was strong, but Lu Ming was stronger. After a few dozen moves, he was completely suppressed. The 9 dragons roared and grabbed the flame giant with their 9 claws. With a powerful tear, the flame giant exploded and turned into flames. However, these flames drifted back and actually began to condense in the air again. A natural-type bloodline had an advantage, and that was extremely tenacious vitality. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. He stomped with his dragon claws and activated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. A huge force struck the flames. The flames that were about to merge exploded again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him without blinking. Could it be that Wang Fengtian was going to be defeated? This extremely talented genius who had awakened a 7th-level divine-level bloodline was going to be killed by Lu Ming? No, damn it. The master of the Wang clan was extremely nervous. Wang Fengtian was a peerless heaven's favorite that only appeared once every few thousand years in the Wang family. His talent was even stronger than when he was young. He was going to inherit Wang Fengtian's legacy in the future. But now, he was in danger. Because this was a life-and-death battle. One party could only stop after they died in battle. But now, Wang Fengtian was completely suppressed. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and devouring power burst out from their mouths. They swallowed a large ball of Wang Fengtian's flames. No! Wang Fengxian's terrified scream could be heard from within the flames. When the 9 dragons devoured the flames, they were constantly refined by their terrifying refining power. Don't you have a strong life force and can condense it? Then I'll refine you. The remaining flames flew back rapidly and gathered together, turning back into Wang Fengxian's appearance. At this moment, his face was pale, his body was trembling, and blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with intense fear. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons stepped forward and pressed toward Wang Fengxian. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. Let me go. No! Wang Fengxian cried out in horror as he retreated. He no longer had the strength to fight. Let you go. Have you forgotten that this is a life and death battle? Lu Ming sneered. You're the winner. You're the winner now. If the winner opens his mouth, he can go around the other party. Wang Fengxian shouted. In a life and death battle where life and death were seen, it would usually only end when one side died in battle. Of course, there was another situation where the winner would take the initiative to spare the other party. That would also work. However, since it was a life and death battle, how could the winner possibly spare the other party? Ha, Wang Fengxian, are you joking? Why should I let you off? Lu Ming laughed heartily. Wang Fengxian was at a loss for words. That's right. Why would Lu Ming let him off? They were mortal enemies. However, he really didn't want to die. With his unparalleled talent, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to break through to the supreme level in the future. He even wanted to break through to the Supreme Emperor position and dominate the Eastern Barren territory. He had a boundless future ahead of him, so how could he want to die? But on what basis did he ask Lu Ming to let him off? He couldn't help but look at the Wang family's master. Lu Ming, let Fan Tian go and I'll let go of what happened in the past. The patriarch of the Wang clan spoke, but his voice was cold and even revealed a hint of command. Staring at De. Old man, who do you think you are? Lu Ming glanced at the Wang family master and continued, what do you mean you won't pursue it? It was you and those old fogies who besieged me back then. I should be the one to hold you accountable. Do I need you to not hold you accountable? What a joke. A faint voice filled with contempt reverberated throughout the entire area, causing some people to be dumbfounded. Contempt. This was blatant contempt. Lu Ming was looking down on a supreme martial artist. The Wang family head said that he would not pursue the matter with Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's meaning was clear. Did he need the Wang family head to not pursue the matter? The one who should be held accountable was him, Lu Ming. What a big tone, what great confidence. However, at this moment, no one felt that Lu Ming was arrogant. Even Wang Fengxian had been defeated by Lu Ming. He had the right to be arrogant. In the future, there was a high possibility that he would strive for the supreme being position. By then, why would he need to fear the Wang family head? The patriarch of the Wang clan's face was completely red. He was extremely angry. How many years had it been? Ever since he had stepped into the position of a supreme martial artist, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner for many years. No one had dared to look down on him. Even the other supreme martial artists would be polite to him. But now, he was being looked down upon by a young man in his 20s. This was an insult to him. Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. He sneered and said, Old man, let's take a step back. You said that you won't pursue this matter, but can you represent the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Then, he looked at Martial Emperor De. The Wang family master and the others also looked at Martial Emperor De. That's right, the Wang family master did not have the final say in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It was Martial Emperor De. At this moment, Martial Emperor De's eyes shot out 2 cold rays of light as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He looked at Martial Emperor De with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming was so audacious that he dared to look at Martial Emperor De in the eye. However, Martial Emperor De didn't say a word. The light in his eyes disappeared, and he regained his calm. The patriarch of the Wang family had an ugly expression on his face, and Wang Fengchen was filled with despair. Martial Emperor De's attitude explained everything. Kill. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. His body was like lightning as he charged toward Wang Fengchen. No! Wang Fengchen roared and tried his best to resist. However, he was severely injured and did not have much energy left. How could he be Lu Ming's match? In just a few moves, his bones and tendons were broken, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood, falling to the ground like a dead dog. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring and a long spear appeared in his hand. He walked toward Wang Fengchen, his cold killing intent covering Wang Fengchen's entire body. No, don't kill me, I don't want to die. He shouted. Run! Wang Fengchen roared as he twisted his body in an attempt to escape. His eyes were filled with endless fear. In his life, he had killed countless people and slaughtered countless heavens chosen. But now that he was about to die at the hands of another heaven's chosen, he was so terrified. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, the spear pierced through Wang Fengchen's heart. The powerful qi burst out and crushed Wang Fengchen's heart. Old ancestor, avenge me! Wang Fengchen let out an unwilling roar before his life was extinguished. A proud son of heaven had been killed by Lu Ming here. Everyone sighed in their hearts. If such a heaven's favorite didn't die, he would definitely be a figure who would dominate the Eastern Barren territory in the future. It would be no problem for him to become a supreme martial artist. Unfortunately, there were countless heaven's favorites in the world, but how many of them could grow up? A dead heaven's favorite was destined to be a stepping stone for others. Lu Ming, I'll kill you. The master of the Wang family roared and exploded with cold killing intent. His eyes were red, and his heart was bleeding. This time, the Wang clan had suffered too heavy a loss. The Wang family had 4 heaven's favorites in the top 100. However, 2 of them had already died before. Now, even the most talented Wang Fengchen was dead. There was only one person left in the Wang family. Originally, the Wang clan had 4 geniuses in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents in a generation. How glorious was that? It was as though they wanted to see the Wang clan rise up rapidly and even surpass the other 5 ancient aristocratic families, becoming the leader of the ancient aristocratic families in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, everything was in vain now. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be washed away even if he used all the water in the world. Old man, this is what I wanted to say as well. This is only a small interest. In the future, I will personally take your dog head. Oh, I forgot to tell you, that Wang Yan and Wang Chen were also killed by me. Lu Ming said coldly, a cold smile hanging on his face. You deserve to die. The master of the Wang family roared in anger. Originally, as a supreme martial artist who had lived for thousands of years, he had a firm mind and had seen many storms. He would not be so easily angered. However, he could not remain calm when facing Lu Ming. In the Battle of 9 Dragons, he was almost beaten to death by Lu Ming. Now, many of the Wang family's geniuses had died at Lu Ming's hands. He hated Lu Ming to the core. If it was not for the fact that his cultivation was completely suppressed in the ancient city of Providence, he would have crushed Lu Ming's bones and scattered his ashes. He took a few deep breaths before he slowly calmed down. At this moment, Lu Ming's fate dragon had devoured Wang Fengchen's fate dragon. Lu Ming's fate dragon had grown to 500 feet and was now close to 2,000 feet. At the same time, the devouring power burst forth and turned Wang Fengchen into a dried corpse. He kept his storage ring and kicked him off the fighting ring. This made the Wang clan leader so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming moved and returned to the stands. Ha, you're amazing, Lu Ming. You've avenged me. That Wang Fengchen looked so arrogant, but he dared to burn me with fire. He's a dead dog now. The fatty laughed out loud. He was so excited that his mouth cracked open. Also, Lu Ming, did you see that the old man from the Wang family was so angry that his face was the color of a pig's liver and smoke was coming out of his head? It was really exciting. Fatty continued to laugh. He didn't lower his voice at all, and it spread to the entire area. The patriarch of the Wang family, who had calmed down with great difficulty, suddenly became furious again, and his whole body trembled with anger. The juniors deserved to die. He roared in his heart. Yan Kuangtu took a few sips of wine and laughed even more heartily. The others were speechless. These people were simply lawless and didn't know how to write fear. The battle continued, and 2 more pillars of light landed on 2 more figures. Ao2 of the Heavenly Demon Valley and Dongfang Yu of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Many people's eyes were filled with a shocking light. It was another highlight. Dongfang Yu was ranked 3rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, while Ao2 was said to be able to compete with divine emperors. The battle between the two would definitely be exciting. The 2 figures landed on the fighting ring. Without saying anything, the battle immediately broke out. Dongfang Yu was incomparably powerful. He had cultivated 2 kinds of deity-level cultivation techniques, and his cultivation was also at the early stage of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. His bloodline was the same as Wang Fengqian's, a 7th level deity bloodline. Dongfang Yu's overall strength was even slightly stronger than Wang Fengqian's. However, Ao2 was even stronger. Ao2 had more than 70% of a true dragon's bloodline, almost 80%. He had transformed into a flood dragon and was fighting Dongfang Yu like a real dragon. The 2 of them fought for more than 50 moves. In the end, Dongfang Yu was defeated and admitted defeat. She had lost 90% of her luck. Meanwhile, Ao2's fate energy rose greatly, and the length of his fate dragon broke through 300 meters. Chapter 969 Top 4. The battle continued. When Ao2 and Dongfang Yu descended from the sky, 2 beams of light shot out. One landed on the Sky Corpse Sex Corpse Warrior, while the other landed on the Divine Emperor. The Emperor God was about to fight. At this moment, everyone was highly focused. The Emperor God was considered the top genius in the East Baron. How powerful was he? In the battle for Providence, he had not met any decent opponents. Those who had encountered him were all easily killed. His strength was simply unfathomable in everyone's hearts. Now, could Corpse Warrior, ranked 4th on the list of top 1,000 talents, force the Emperor God to show his true strength? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Even Lu Ming was in high spirits. In his mind, the Emperor God was his ultimate opponent. 2 figures landed on the fighting ring. Shi Zhan's eyes were filled with solemnness. Just admit defeat. The Emperor God's indifferent voice was heard. He was straight and handsome. Just by standing there, he had the aura of a king. There was a kind of aura that could swallow the world and was invincible. Yes, the Emperor God had never been defeated by the younger generation. He was a heaven's favorite who had the potential to become an emperor in the future. The last heaven's favorite who was thought to have the potential to become an emperor was Yan Kuangtu, and that had been 100 years ago. He was telling the Corpse Warrior to admit defeat. In my heart, I've never admitted defeat. Even if it's you, God Emperor. A strong battle intent appeared in the eyes of the Corpse Warrior. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. The Emperor God's indifferent voice was filled with great confidence. Bang! He took a step forward, and a shocking sword chi burst out from his body and shot into the sky. A terrifying sword power spread out towards Corpse Battle. Roar! With a loud roar, Corpse Warrior directly burst out his bloodline. It was a skeleton, a huge skeleton shaped like a huge elephant. The skeleton of an ancient war elephant. Someone muttered as he recognized the skeleton. It was a skeleton formed by a powerful divine beast with 7 golden chakra rings. It was also a divine level rank 7 bloodline. Shi Zhan performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a skeleton of an ancient war elephant. He stepped on the ground and attacked the Emperor God with amazing power. However, the Emperor God's eyes were still calm. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out as a purple gold sword light shot into the sky. It was filled with a luxurious aura. Boom! The purple gold sword chi crossed dozens of miles and slashed at the ancient war elephant skeleton. With a terrifying boom, the sword chi shot out in all directions, and the ancient war elephant skeleton was forced to retreat. Buzz! Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! The sound of the sword rang out continuously, and sword chi burst out one after another. Each one was more terrifying than the previous one, and it continuously slashed towards the ancient war elephant skeleton. The ancient war elephant roared and used all its strength to fight against the Emperor God's sword chi. However, with every strike it received, it would be forced back 5 miles. After 9 strikes, the ancient war elephant had retreated nearly 50 miles. Then, with a bang, the ancient war elephant exploded and turned back into a corpse warrior. The corpse warrior's face was pale and he spat out blood. His body trembled as if he couldn't even stand. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. I admit defeat. Corpse warrior heaved a long sigh. With corpse warrior's surrender, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the Emperor God in shock. He was too powerful. The Emperor God was too powerful. He said that he would defeat the corpse in 10 moves, and he really only used 10 moves from start to finish, and the corpse admitted defeat. The Emperor God hadn't even performed the bloodline fusion. The Emperor God is too powerful. No one can defeat him. Even AO2 and Xue Jiani are no match for him. That's right. Until now, I don't even know how much combat strength he has used. It's truly terrifying and unfathomable. Many people were discussing in shock. Even the supreme beings could no longer remain calm. Only the 3 sovereigns remained calm. On the grandstand, Xue Jianyi and AO2's eyes were extremely solemn. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Lu Ming, are you confident in defeating the Emperor Gods? Du Songjue asked Lu Ming in a low voice. I'm not confident. Lu Ming shook his head. He wasn't confident. Even if he used all his power, he still wouldn't be confident. Corpse Warrior's combat strength was no weaker than Wang Fengchen's, but he was still easily defeated by the Emperor God. His combat strength was simply unfathomable. His cultivation should still be at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, but he should have reached the peak of the 8th level. However, I'm not too sure about the martial techniques he cultivates and the level of his bloodline. Yan Kuangtu said. You've been in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace for so many years, yet you're still not clear about this? Du Songjue said. Yan Kuangtu shook his head and said, Di Shin has been secretly trained by De. I know little about him. Lu Ming, if you really can't defeat Di Shin, just admit defeat. Finally, Yan Kuangtu said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed but he did not answer. Are you really no match for him? What if I make another breakthrough? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. It's getting harder and harder to raise my cultivation. Lu Ming pondered secretly. The bloodline of the 9 dragons continued to refine Wang Fengchen's blood essence. At this time, the refinement was almost complete, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. According to Yan Kuangtu, the Emperor God's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the 8th level spirit embryo realm, he would be more confident. Lu Ming was confident that he was not afraid of anyone at the same level. Then let's start refining the raw gemstones. At the thought of this, a large number of raw gemstones appeared in Lu Ming's hands. The devouring power in his palms burst forth and devoured the large number of raw gemstones, starting to refine them. The Emperor God won and took 90% of Corpse Warrior's luck, returning to the stands. The next battle was between Blood Sword 1 and Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley. Feng Xian of the Sky Demon Valley had the Phoenix bloodline and had also reached more than 70% of her power. She was extremely powerful and fast. She was fighting against Xue Jian-yi at the peak. This battle could be said to be the most intense of the four. The two of them exchanged a full 200 moves before the victor was decided. In the end, Blood Sword won by a small margin. At this point, the strongest top four had appeared. They were Lu Ming, the Emperor God, AO2, and Blood Sword 1. Next, it was the battle between the four of them. After these few battles, Lu Ming had a rough idea of everyone's abilities. Dong Fangyu, Corpse Warrior, and Wang Fengxian's strength were very close and on the same level. As for Feng Xian, she was slightly stronger than the three of them, not much weaker than Blood Sword 1. Blood Sword 1, AO2, and Feng Xian should be on the same level. On the other hand, the Emperor God was unfathomable and difficult to predict. Lu Ming's thoughts were similar to most of the people. In other people's hearts, Lu Ming's abilities were placed on the same level as Blood Sword 1, AO2, and Feng Xian. Lu Ming could kill Wang Fengxian, but if Blood Sword 1, AO2, and the others were to unleash their full power, they could also kill Wang Fengxian. However, there was no doubt that the Emperor God was placed in the most powerful position. The Great Battle against AO2. Among the four of them, Di Shen, Xue Jianyi, and AO2 had long been known as the most powerful representatives of the younger generation in the East Baron. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was a dark horse. What really made him famous in the Eastern Baron territory was the battle in Nine Dragons. That battle had involved too many experts. In the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent, the supremes of the six great ancient families, Yan Kuangtu, 9 sons supreme, and even martial Emperor De. After this battle, Lu Ming's name shook the Eastern Baron territory. However, the most famous one was that Lu Ming could control the divine nine-dragon cauldron that had never moved. As for Lu Ming's own talent, it was neglected. Many people felt that Lu Ming's talent and combat strength were not particularly top-notch. He could not even be compared to the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, Lu Ming had overturned everyone's thoughts with his actions. As it turned out, Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled. He was no weaker than anyone else. As a dark horse, he had rushed into the top four and killed Luo Tian and Wang Fengxian. Now, he was going to fight with the three most powerful heaven's favorites in the Eastern Baron territory. Although Lu Ming is talented, he's too young and aggressive. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. He has offended the master of the Wang family, martial Emperor De, and even the supreme of the heavenly demon valley. Such a genius is destined to die. That's right. In history, there have been many heaven's favorites with unparalleled talent. However, not many of them made it to the end and became the emperor. He was too sharp and didn't know how to restrain himself, and in the end, he died a tragic death. That's true. In my opinion, Lu Ming will end up like this in the end. Many people were discussing in low voices. At this moment, the vortex in the talisman amulet sect flickered and a figure appeared. Bai Shijin. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see Bai Shijin. Senior, how is it? Lu Ming said. Don't worry, everything has been settled. They are now in Mount Liangyi. Bai Shijin said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming expressed his thanks. At this moment, a ray of light fell on Lu Ming. He was about to fight. Lu Ming looked over and realized that another beam of light had landed on AO2's body. This battle was between Lu Ming and AO2. Instantly, AO2's eyes shone with a brilliant light and a shocking battle intent. Boom! AO2's burly body crashed heavily into the fighting ring. His entire body was filled with a violent aura. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring, standing opposite AO2. Bai Shijin was extremely surprised. He didn't know what had happened, but after understanding it, he was even more shocked. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to kill Wang Fengxian and fight against AO2. Lu Ming, It's such a waste of the 9-dragon bloodline in you. Why don't you hand it over to me? I'll definitely make it flourish. AO2 licked his lips, and a greedy look appeared on his face. Okay, but DE is also eyeing the 9-dragon bloodline. If I give it to you, aren't you afraid that he will target you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. AO2's expression changed drastically, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. If that was the case, he would be targeted by Martial Emperor DE after obtaining the bloodline of the 9 dragons. He would not be able to live in peace. Even the Supreme of the Flood Dragon tribe, or even the Demon Emperor, might not be able to protect him. His heart turned cold at this thought. Hee, looks like you don't dare to take it. You really don't have the guts. Come, let's fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and the essential core in his body was boiling. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars rang out at the same time. One of them came from AO2, who transformed into a flood dragon. The other dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. He had burst out with dragon energy. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of purple gold scales. He took a step forward and charged toward AO2. Golden Storm Splitting Slash. AO2 opened his mouth and a dark golden ray of light burst out from it, slashing toward Lu Ming. This ray of light was like a blade ray, but it was sharper and more terrifying. Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with the dark golden light. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated 100 meters before he could stabilize himself. On his arm, it was as if there were countless sharp forces cutting at his scales, causing sparks to fly in all directions. What a powerful metal attribute concept! He circulated his true essence and shook it, scattering the sharp force covering his arm. AO2 had more than 70% of the true dragon's bloodline. He was born with the control of the metal element, and he could use it to a terrifying extent. The light from the blade just now was the combination of the metal element concept and AO2's demonic power. It was extremely terrifying. Golden Storm Splitting Slash. AO2 roared again. This time, 9 beams of dark golden light shot out from his mouth, cutting through the air and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming instantly released 2 more bursts of dragon energy. In total, he released 3 more bursts of dragon energy and his strength increased greatly. Lu Ming was like a human-shaped T-Rex as he charged towards AO2. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw out a series of punches. Bang! 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 There were 9 consecutive explosions, and the 9 dark golden rays of light were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to rush toward AO2. Golden Gilded Dragon Claw. One of AO2's dragon claws had turned completely dark gold, as if it had been cast from dark gold. Whoosh! He stretched out his dark golden dragon claw and swiped at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with the dark golden dragon claw, creating a terrifying boom. It was like 2 iron hammers had collided, forming a strong storm that swept in all directions. Lu Ming's body trembled and he drifted backward for 100 meters. He landed on the ground and took 9 steps back. What a terrifying power, what a terrifying attack. Is this a flood dragon with over 70% purity? Lu Ming was shocked. AO2's level should be at the middle stage of the 8th tier of the 7th level, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the 8th tier of the spirit embryo realm. His strength and attack power were extremely powerful and terrifying. And this was only a flood dragon with more than 70% purity. If it was a pure-blooded true dragon, how terrifying and powerful would it be? Nowadays, there were very few pure-blooded divine beasts in the divine wilderness continent. It was said that there were quite a few in ancient times. How could such pure-blooded divine beasts, the pride of the human race, compete with them? Now, the only known thing in the East continent was that the Demon Emperor was a pure-blood. I wonder if there are many pure-blooded divine beasts in the mysterious overseas continent. Lu Ming, you're not my match. AO2 roared, interrupting Lu Ming's jumbled thoughts. Bang! Bang! The flood dragon stomped its 4 claws on the ground and charged toward Lu Ming. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged. The next moment, Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. At the same time, another dragon energy burst out from his body, making it 4 in total. A vast dragon's might filled the air and surged toward AO2. AO2's body trembled slightly, and a hint of fear actually appeared in his eyes. That's right, this was an instinct that came from AO2. It was a fear he had for those in a higher position. No matter if it was a demonic beast or a divine beast, the hierarchy was extremely strict. Bloodline was superior, and there were layers of suppression. AO2 only had the bloodline of the true dragon, but he was not a true dragon yet. However, the 9 dragons were existences that were even more powerful than the true dragon. They were one of the top 10 war beasts, and the dragon's might that emanated from the 9 dragons made AO2 feel an instinctive fear. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.